Workshop 2. 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 Workshop.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for attending our panel on incorporating human rights in AI risk management. My name is Min Ong. I am the Accountability and Innovation Manager at the Global Network Initiative, or GNI. So our panel today is set in the context of this. The governments around the world, especially in the EU, of course, are starting to require tech companies to manage human rights risks in the way that they design and indeed use AI. Of course, companies do have AI-specific tools and principles, but sometimes these can fall short of aligning with international human rights standards. So this panel aims to bring together a diverse range of voices from industry, from civil society, and also from multilateral bodies to explore how we can better integrate human rights into AI risk management practices. So perhaps we will, perhaps a quick introduction to GNI first. We are a multi-stakeholder initiative. We bring together 4 constituencies, so academics, civil society, companies, and investors for accountability, for shared learning, for collective advocacy on government and company policies and practices which are at the intersection of technology and human rights. And this is particularly relevant when companies face government requests or demands that have an impact on freedom of expression or privacy rights. So we have a set of principles, the GNI principles and implementation guidelines, which aim to guide companies on how to respond when receiving government requests or demands that may have an impact on freedom of expression and privacy rights, as well as a law on conducting ongoing due diligence and so on. So the GNI principles and implementation guidelines do indeed apply to AI insofar as governments produce mandates on AI services in various shapes or forms, and indeed the need for companies to conduct human rights due diligence and, where necessary, impact assessments on AI services. And in that vein, we as GNI have indeed been quite active in a variety of fora related to AI and also activities for our membership. For example, we are members of the OECD AI Network of Experts, and we've been involved in BTEC's Gen AI Human Rights Due Diligence project. Within the GNI company assessments, we are exploring the intersection between AI and human rights due diligence. We have also obviously put out many statements of concerns on potential rights violations in relation to AI government mandates in Canada and in India, among others. We've also hosted learning discussions among our members on AI as well as government mandates, the last of which was during our annual learning forum, which was held in DC last year. And last but not least, we have an AI working group within the Global Network Initiative, where a selection of GNI members with deep AI experience are, amongst other things, developing a policy brief on government interventions in AI and rights-respecting responses to these mandates. Enough about GNI. Now moving on to our panel. So firstly, we'll hear from 2 company panelists from different parts of the internet stack, so along the theme of diversity, on how they integrate human rights considerations into the development and deployment of AI-related products and services. Secondly, we'll hear from BTEC themselves on multilateral efforts to promote incorporation of human rights in AI governance. And finally, we'll hear the views from civil society panelists on what more can be done by companies and by policymakers, lawmakers, and regulators on incorporating human rights in AI. We'll then have a Q&A, and then I'll provide a summary, and then we will wrap up. All right, so we look like we're on time. So perhaps I'll start with my first request for intervention to Alex Walden from Google. I'll let you introduce yourself in a bit. So Google is obviously an integrated player in the AI ecosystem, for example, developing consumer-facing AI services like Gemini and its predecessors, of course. We also note, of course, that that Google is a founding member of GNI and has a dedicated human rights program and has had responsible AI principles since 2018. And of course, that Google's approach to human rights due diligence is informed by the UN guiding principles as well as the GNI framework. So just a couple of questions, which you may address in any order that you feel comfortable. So I guess firstly, how does Google conduct risk assessments across its footprint, and how do you incorporate that human rights are incorporated in these risk assessments? Mm-hmm. And indeed, looking more externally, how do laws and regulations like the EU AI Act and the AI Basic Act in South Korea influence how human rights are incorporated in your AI risk assessments? And indeed, what advice do you have for other companies to normalize AI risk assessments, human rights within AI risk assessments within their operations? Over to you.
All right, thank you. Thanks for that question. Thanks, to GNI for putting this session together. I think it's a really important topic. I will try to, I think I can actually get to all of those across a few things. So, the first thing to say, and it may seem obvious, but I do think it's important to point out that actually where companies should start with how you integrate human rights into how your AI work is fundamentally to make sure that the company has human rights governance at its baseline, right? So at Google, we are committed, as you said, to the GNI principles. We're committed to the UN guiding principles on business and human rights. And what that means for us is that we have a corporate policy that says that these are our values and that we have ways to operationalize these commitments throughout the company. Obviously, it doesn't mean that we're doing it perfectly, but what it does mean is that these are values that are set from the highest level of the company, that they're risks that are reviewed by the board, and that we have a human rights program that works to implement and ensure these commitments across our various products and services. And so having that in place is what allows us to then get to a point where, okay, we also have AI principles on top of that. Our AI principles build on top of our commitments to the UNGPs, our GNI principles, and so the AI principles are really about a single type of technology that we have that's integrated across our policies. Our AI principles, again, reinforce the commitment to international law and human rights. And so that is a reminder to everyone who is doing technical work or who is doing more qualitative trust and safety work or public policy work or legal work across these products that human rights is something we need to be thinking about. And then at the more operational level, because we have this sort of governance structure and these principles integrated, that means that everyone who is in our technical teams, those who are developing AI, are aware that they should be thinking about what rights-related impacts or risks might arise in their work. And so we have to set up processes to address that. And so really it sort of gets... that's, I think, the biggest piece is making sure that you have processes and teams in place to operationalize all of those principles. Those teams are the ones that write the policies to ensure we are thinking about how human rights might manifest in AI and content, or related to AI and privacy, or related to AI and bias and discrimination. All of these things require process and really guidelines. So you just sort of keep getting at the more granular and granular level of what's required, but ultimately human rights has to be at the baseline and then integrated into those processes and frameworks. So we do things like red teaming, or we have the SAFE framework, the Secure AI framework, and that's sort of some coalition work that we do with other companies. All of that embeds the way we think about human rights, but really gets more pragmatic at the operational level for testing and for red teaming, et cetera, to make sure that we are identifying where risks may arise and then giving us an opportunity to remedy those.
Great. Well, thanks so much for that. Appreciate it. So then we move to perhaps a different part of the technology stack, to the connectivity layer. So, the business units of Telenor Group, including DNA, of course, which you're a part of, are responsible for providing connectivity to 200 million people across eight countries. And Telenor indeed has been a member of GNI since 2017 and has been a strong advocate of AI ethics. And uses AI indeed within its network management, customer services, and indeed customer-facing IoT solutions. So if I could pose similar questions to what I posed to Alex, how does Telenor Group indeed conduct AI risk assessments across its footprint, and how do you ensure that human rights is incorporated in these risk assessments, and how does your exposure to the EU AI Act within Europe, but indeed the comparative lack of such laws and regulations within Telenor's Asian business units influence how human rights are incorporated into AI risk assessments, and what advice do you have for companies as well? Thank you.
Thank you, Min, and hello everyone. It's great to be here and talk about human rights and AI, an extremely topical topic currently. And if we look at what Telenor does, I think very similarly what Alex pointed out, that it all comes down to having that top management commitment to responsible AI as well as human rights. So, and that is at the core of what Telenor does. And for example, how we have started building our AI strategy, the foundation of it is really responsible AI. And that's embedded to everything that we do when we develop, deploy AI applications, etc. So I think the top management commitment to that is very important in order for us to actually achieve those goals and promote responsible AI throughout the organization, and actually bring that to the structures and procedures, as also Alex pointed out. What we have done at DNA, for example, is that we have driven our AI risk assessment from our Telenor's responsible AI principles. So actually, those principles guide our risk assessment work. However, of course, AI governance is much more broader topic than that. So of course, we need a lot of more different elements to that besides risk assessment. So for example, awareness and training building, we need to have proper tools in use. We need to work together with, for example, with our vendors and with our stakeholders. And we need to have those policies, guidelines, as well as principles in place. So it's a very it's a very big topic, comprehensive topic, where we need to take into account these different elements. And then if we look at the risk assessments that we do in DNA, we go through very practical level our AI applications and think about the risks very holistically. So we have a very comprehensive view on this. And it has been very rewarding, I must say. I lead that working group myself. And we look at human rights perspectives, we look at impacts on security, privacy, we look at data governance. So we do a very holistic view on AI, and we see that very beneficial also because AI is such a large topic. So this is the way we have built our own program. And if we look at our responsible AI principles, the first one actually is promoting, incorporating human rights to our procedures. So that's why it's core at the risk assessment procedures that we also do. Coming into then to the question of EU's AI Act and how to apply legislation when AI Act, as we know, is in EU, but Telenor, as mentioned, we operate also in Asia. However, our values, our policies, our principles, they guide our work, irrespective of which country we are at. So that is also at the core of how we do things. Although a part of AI governance and good AI governance is, of course, to make sure that we are compliant with the regulation, but that's only a part of it. So the company's culture, policy, guidelines, those are the ones that actually guide us and the work that we do. Perhaps also to the last question of what would be my suggestions to go forward, I would come back to the commitment part. So I think that's the important and key element, so that we are actually committed to human rights approach as well as responsible AI, but also the collaboration. So we utilize expertise throughout our organization, and that has helped a lot and also supports our work, and also means that we learn from each other a lot. So these, I think, would be and it's a journey. So this is not a sprint. So it's a journey that we are all in this together, and we learn as we go. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you very much. I see a lot of commonalities in the answers, so that's really great to hear. So perhaps we can move to a different, different actor within the sort of the AI landscape, to Natalie from OHCHR, part of the BTech project. So Natalie, thank you so much for joining remotely. Good to see you. I hope you can hear and see us just fine. We would love to explore, the role of the UN more generally and of BTech more specifically in this context. So BTech obviously has produced various outputs on the intersection of human rights and AI, right? So most notably, the taxonomy of human rights risk connected to Gen AI, which is produced in November, which GNI was also involved in. So we would love to hear, how do you see the role of multilateral organizations like the UN, like the OECD, and others in ensuring the widespread adoption of human rights in AI risk assessments? What role indeed do you see for WSIS and GDC in promoting this adoption? And last but not least, how do you see the kind of global geopolitical divides on human rights in AI impacting this drive, and what suggestions do you have for companies that are navigating these divides and changes? Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean. I hope everybody can hear me, and thank you very much for the invitation and for bringing together this panel. And greetings from Geneva. So just a few words about the BTech project. It's a project that was launched by the High Commissioner Office for Human Rights already almost 6 years ago, and really very much with the goal to translate the guiding principle for the technology sector. So we have produced a lot of guidance in very much a multi-stakeholder fashion. So we are working with GNI and with the OECD, and as well with some of the companies through our committee of practice. And I obviously recognize Alex from Google in that space. And just that we are really using the guiding principle as the global standard for business conduct. In that respect, when it comes to the governance of AI, I couldn't miss the opportunity because we have the Human Rights Council now ongoing in Geneva, and we just produced BTech, a report that was mandated by the Human Rights Council. We just show the interest on this topic about the shared responsibility of companies that are developing and deploying AI to respect human rights, as well as the state duty to protect those rights through requiring those companies to respect human rights, as well as to access remedy. So maybe I was thinking to just run you through quickly the latest findings that we have in this report. So obviously we know the key message is that innovation can bring a lot of promises, but as well peril for human rights, especially in terms of the complex human rights challenges that they bring, and some of them because of their unforeseen nature. So the report very much acknowledged the speed and scale of which AI technology are evolving, and that outpace the current regulatory framework. And this obviously raised concern about transparency, discrimination, and misuse, among other. So the report really go into, as I mentioned, the shared responsibility, and we focus a lot on the role of the company. And in that sense, here the guiding principle come as a very useful framework to orientate AI innovation in a responsible manner. So as mentioned, the state has a duty to protect individuals from third-party arms, and that obviously include arms stemming from AI product and services, and the corporation are expected to prevent and mitigate human rights abuse stemming from their AI technology. And of course, there is as well the remedy part, a shared responsibility in that space from both states and company. Now, in terms of Pillar 2 of the guiding principle, human rights due diligence is really the cornerstone of responsible corporate conduct in the AI space. And we have been as well working with the OECD and recognize as well their guidance in that respect. And when it comes how to operationalize this human rights due diligence for companies, the guiding principle use a four-step process. So step 1 is really very much identifying the potential and actual human rights impact across the whole AI life cycle. And this is really important from the design to the development. And the step 2 is mitigating risk through corporate policies. And we have heard Alex talking about their human rights governance and as well through oversight and targeted actions. The step 3 is that they have to basically track the effectiveness of the action that they have taken and openly communicate the results. So that's the transparency aspect in the human rights due diligence. And step 4 is obviously addressing the range of human rights harm and not just those that are readily and easily measurable. We put as well an emphasis on the fact that for conducting human rights due diligence, companies should prioritize taken action to mitigate harm by the severity, meaning the severity of impacts, which should be judged on the scale and scope and irremediability, and not just by convenience or proximity. And in that regard, regular independent human rights impact assessment involving human rights experts, also with some regional expertise, are key. Bearing in mind as well that the world field of where AI can be deployed around the globe, this is obviously essential. And then throughout the whole process of human rights due diligence, another key aspect is the stakeholder engagement, which will strengthen the human rights safeguard. And here the report draw to a few key elements, meaning that this should not be an afterthought, but that companies should really engage stakeholders as co-creator of responsible AI, and that such a dialogue should really happen early and throughout the AI lifecycle, that the feedback loops should be closed by explaining how stakeholder input have then shaped companies' outcome, that engagement should really be ongoing. It shouldn't be just a one-off or nor be transactional. And obviously the voice from the global majority should be elevated to really reflect a truly an inclusive perspective. And obviously there is the resource element as well of this stakeholder engagement. Obviously stakeholders should be resourced appropriately so that they can participate. Then the report brings back at the forefront as well the whole business model piece, but I'm not going to go into details here. And what we note in the report in terms of the transparency about corporate practice is that overall they remain weak. There is obviously a growing number of corporate statements on human rights, public disclosure as well about how companies actually apply human rights principles and conduct their human rights due diligence processes, including human rights impact assessment, but that overall remain limited. And obviously, this is especially concerning in high-risk domains, such as surveillance, migration, border control, where there obviously the stakes are high and the possibility exists of repurposing technology, which can lead to severe harms. Then when it comes to the state piece, states should step up in providing guidance and in regulating AI. Both with regard to their own use of technology, and here I would like to draw attention, and I will post it in the chat, to another report presented by the Working Group on Business and Human Rights, which go into states procuring AI and not tech company as well procuring AI technology. So we are seeing now a wave of regulation which are to some extent embedding human rights safeguard. And those have been noted before, the AI AU Act, the DSA, the Korea AI Act as well. There is as well the whole, in addition to regulation that we are seeing now flourishing, we are as well, should as well think about using for the state some policy incentive that the state can deploy. And that could include embedding human rights in AI-focused industrial policies, as well conditioning public procurement and development finance on right performance, and as well influencing technical standard setting to reflect human rights, particularly through institutions like the ITU. Then the report goes into as well the access to remedy part, which has additional challenges when it comes to the harm created by AI product and services, but I'm not going to go into the detail either. And an important piece as well when we talk about AI governance, and I believe my colleague Ben Pitler might be in the room, and he's leading the BTEC engagement on the role of investor. So I think here we really have to push investors, public and private, to really use their influence to uphold to push tech firms to uphold human rights standard. And there is limited investor awareness, but we see a growing group of investors which are now pushing. So when it comes as well to the question related to other UN initiatives, so obviously WISIS plus 20, which starts in 2 weeks' time in Geneva, but as well the Global Digital Compact, which has explicitly integrated human rights due diligence as a critical tool to prevent and address human rights, are important processes, and they all converge towards calling for human rights impact assessment in AI policy and practice, and they as well promote cross-sectoral collaboration to operationalize human rights due diligence across jurisdiction. So I'll stop here. I'm mindful of the time, and I will post some resources in the chat. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your intervention, Natalie. Appreciate it. And of course, please do feel free to have a look at the links that Natalie has posted in the chat. They are indeed very useful resources. And for those that are physically in the room, if you go to the schedule page, you'll be able to access the Zoom where you'll be able to see the links as well. Okay, so moving on to interventions from civil society on this topic. Firstly, maybe over to Caitlin. So we've now heard, of course, from our company panelists and then the UN. So Women at the Table, Joanne G and I, as a member of our NGO constituency, but of course has long championed gender equality and fairness in the design of AI algorithms. And of course, you have pioneering frameworks like the AI and equality methodology, and as well as your human rights toolbox as well. So from your experience, where do you see opportunities for improvement in incorporating human rights considerations in AI due diligence? What additional sort of mechanisms or incentives do you see or do you think would be useful in existing or future laws and regulations that might help realize these opportunities? And last but not least, what role do you see for global CSOs like yourselves in influencing companies and lawmakers towards this objective? Over to you, Caitlin.
Thank you so much, Min, and thank you very, very much for including us in this conversation. We began this journey actually in 2017 with OHCHR and the Women's Rights Division, where we convened. We thought we were just convening several professors from FPFL and ETH and one or two people from OHCHR, but 21 lawyers showed up in this room because everybody was so fascinated with this idea that gender and AI together, what did they have to do with one another? So that alliance, in a way, has led us to working with EPFL, somebody doing a master's thesis on what these human rights impacts are, and to our creating a methodology that's now been taught. It's taught at Cambridge, Technical University Munich. We work with African Center for Technology Studies in Kenya, which is a Pan-African university, with Chile's National Center for Artificial Intelligence. And the course actually sits on the Sorbonne Center for AI website, which looks at a human rights-based approach to the AI life cycle. We've also taught it at CERN because we found that technologists, of course, want to do the right thing, but they don't really know. Human rights is really quite abstract idea. It's particularly abstract to people from North America who tend to think of civil and political rights as being as the primary human rights, and economic and social rights really not really being part of the larger conversation. People are like, really? Are you sure? Right to health, is that really a thing? So we have this design course, which is really focused on a design course for developers, for data science majors, but now we found that policymakers like it as well. So because it's a conversation, it's a critical analysis. And what we've also found is that a common vocabulary needs to sort of be implemented, because policymakers are even afraid of talking to technologists, and technologists don't really understand what the policymakers want. So we also trying to create a space where people can have conversations, because I think good people want to make this all work for this technology that's all surrounding us. So this starts with a design-based approach, with intentionality, with understanding what an objective is, that actually why are you making a product, actually what is the impact that you would like to have, through to who should the team be sitting around the table. And when we talk about diversity, in this case, we're not only talking about diversity of gender, we're talking geographic diversity, but also multidisciplinary diversity. Where are the social scientists? Where are the human rights experts? Where are the anthropologists, if it's a medical application? Where are the doctors, the nurses, who are the people taking the blood? Really, everybody in all the stakeholders in the life cycle of a product, because we're seeing that there's a lot of siloed off invention. And then going through there to data discovery, to understanding whether you actually have the data. We know that for health applications, for example, we've never really discovered the data on women's bodies, no less women of the Global South or people of the Global South. So what does that mean then when you're deploying at scale a health application that actually only has the data for a very, very small demographic, and what are some of the fixes to that? So it's a question of creating awareness and creating a conversation. So that's really what we're focused on. In terms of, and being intentional, and I think the intentionality is really key in the terms of our work. We would like everyone, of course, to expand beyond compliance. So this notion of principles, we tend to think of ethical principles, wonderful, and we love them, but they're very a la carte, whereas human rights frameworks and international human rights law has been agreed by everybody, and as a point of departure, it really is a very good place to start, as opposed to one company's or one academic institution's idea of what really should be foregrounded or not. So we think that that would actually help everybody work towards really kind of systemic rebalance, and maybe even using some of these products to look at the way that these can be positively help instead of just be deployed. We would say that one thing I just want to say is an opportunity where we're also working very deeply and have for some time is on procurement, because we know that all public procurement in particular, because we know that it's a very large part. It's 13% of the EU GDP. In developing nations, it can be up to 30 to 40% of the GDP. These things are these products are being deployed at scale. And we think that using really interesting AI deployment levers, we would maybe be able to take products that connect people to services as opposed to only detect fraud. So right now we're sort of in a negative part of like how, and we all of us want to save money for our governments and ourselves, but it's also how do we also connect to better quality of life and to services. So we think that that could be a lever of really interesting deployment. And indeed, we're working on technical guidelines that, in other words, questions that procurers can ask of vendors from the public sector about like, oh, are you doing a fairness metric? Right now, if people are asking that, it's just like, check, yes, we did. We know that didn't work with Compass, all of you know. But so which fairness metrics, why did you use that? Did you experiment? Why did you think that was a good idea? And to have these conversations really sort of more deeply before things are deployed. And finally, I'll say we're also working on human rights and AI benchmark, which is going to be sort of the first machine learning benchmark that's dealing with an international human rights law framework, which we're hoping, once it's put on, it'll sit on Hugging Face and other open source platforms, developers, machine learning experts can use to understand whether what they've created really does match with human rights criteria, international human rights law. Thanks.
That's quite an innovation. So very impressive. Thank you so much for that, Caitlin. Okay, so we'll now shortly move on to an intervention from Jalak. But before that, we're just one intervention away from the Q&A session. So for those that are online, I would encourage you to pose your questions already in the chat if you haven't done so already, and we will take the online questions first, in the spirit of ensuring everybody online also feels a part of this, a part of this room. So yeah, then I move on to Jalak if I can. So yeah, Jalak, CCG is a founding member of GNI, and within your work on tech law and policy in the Global South, you've done extensive research exploring different sort of modalities of AI laws and regulations, including a recent workshop that you did on AI and rule of law with South Asian judiciary members back in November. You've also been an active participant as an expert in GPI, the Global Partnership for AI. And of course, the risks and benefits of AI impact the Global South in ways that are maybe sometimes different to the impacts on the Global North, right? So the relative absence of dedicated laws and regulations, maybe there's varying capacity to enforce laws that may or may not exist, different consumer patterns, and perhaps the potential to impact very large populations that may have different levels of AI literacy or indeed digital and media literacy. So the role of, and of course the role of Global South governments in protecting or indeed not protecting user rights will be covered in GNI's policy brief on government interventions in AI that I alluded to a bit earlier on. So yeah, so in your view, when creating local AI laws and regulations, or indeed adapting existing laws and regulations in the context of AI, what can or what should Global South policymakers, lawmakers, and regulators learn from the human rights impacts of companies' emerging AI activities? Secondly, where do you see opportunities to influence the inclusion of human rights in companies' risk management processes and policies in the Global South? And last but not least, taking a very particular kind of Global South angle here, why is it so important for the Global South in general and India in particular? Over to you, Jalak. Thank you.
Thanks, Min. I think, there's a lot of work happening globally on human rights due diligence, risk assessment of AI systems. A lot of it is concentrated currently in what we call the Global North. And I think there may be, there's not enough work that's currently happening in the Global South or being spotlighted in the Global South. And why it's important that that work happens in the Global South is there are different, socioeconomic realities, different societal contexts, but also if a lot of these technologies are being developed in the North, we don't know, they could, have very different implications in the South. They're not being developed and designed keeping in mind those contexts. So I think which really underlines the need for human rights due diligence by companies. It underlines the need for human rights risk assessment to be built into governance frameworks that are being designed in the Global South, because that will really allow us to operationally, proactively identify risks, in a methodical way instead of, post facto reacting to harms. And it will also help regulators understand what the harms are and really design governance, regulatory risk mechanisms accordingly. I think one of the things that there's now increasing focus amongst academics and civil society in the Global South is, while at the global level there's been a lot of benchmark development, taxonomy development that has happened, I think increasingly many of us in our contexts are looking at how we can build out more specific benchmarks and taxonomies that more accurately cover the range of risks and harms that arise in our specific contexts. And I think that really is maybe the first step towards enabling an effective human rights due diligence, exercises by companies. Many of our AI companies are global companies. And very often a lot of their staff is, global staff that is not very familiar with local contexts. So I think that's a very key part for academia and civil society in various country contexts to come in and start playing this role of developing benchmarks, taxonomies, but also points to the need for sustained multi-stakeholder engagement between companies and civil society and academia on one hand, so that there can be cross-learning and cross-pollination of ideas, but also with governments as they figure out how to identify harms and conduct human rights risk assessment. I think it's sometimes hard to articulate what risks should be assessed for. And I think, we've been talking about how human rights frameworks provide a great underpinning and starting point for identification of risks. But what I do want to point to is, there is, for instance, there is a lot of heterogeneity within the Global South in terms of what rights are embedded in their constitutions, the extent of embedding of human rights. While it's important to pay attention to human rights frameworks, I think we also have to be strategic about perhaps language we are using and how we are encouraging governments in certain contexts to adopt certain ethical principles or frameworks. And we have to think about how we approach some of these conversations and we frame these conversations so that we can reach the intended outcome and impact that we want. So I think we really have to think about how the other sort of question that has repeatedly come up in the Indian context within which I work is how broadly do you define the risk? If there's too much breadth and too much variety of risks being identified, it can hinder the development of more specific assessment tools and methods, for instance, for algorithmic bias. But if it's too specific, you lose out on the ability to allow a more broad capture of harms that may be arising as these due diligence or risk assessments are conducted. How do you prioritize certain human rights over others, given their mutually affirming character? I think the way a particular service interacts even within the Indian context, within an urban part of India versus a semi-urban part of India versus a rural part of India will differ significantly. So I think even within a particular country context, there will have to be various scenarios that are built out in terms of context that the same technology is being deployed in. So I think there are many, many things to think about as these risk assessments are being designed. And I think it's important to keep that in mind. And that goes back to a point that I raised earlier, that You need culturally and linguistically sensitive staff, and which I mean, even within the Indian context, that means in different parts of the country, there's, people speaking different languages. So you may need staff involved in this that has a multiplicity of perspectives or to engage with the different challenges that emerge in those contexts. I'll just close up by pointing to 2 points. Risk assessment, human rights due diligence, one of the big criticisms is the lack of enforceability, right? But perhaps that's also where the value is, because perhaps companies are more incentivized to conduct it when they know that there isn't a negative consequence. But I think one of the challenges that we've seen is at what threshold do you ask for risk mitigation to be undertaken? How do you articulate that? And that is a challenge at this moment in time, to specify that threshold. And here I want to point back to the fact that this is where multi-stakeholder conversations and openness become important, but also what is the level of transparency that we expect from companies? What is the level of transparency governments should require in legislation, regulation they're designing? Because until there is a level of disclosure, it's hard to really identify what challenges are emerging and what needs to be articulated more clearly to make this a more meaningful exercise, so that we can really ensure that AI is developing in a way that supports human rights rather than starts to impede it.
Okay, thank you very much for the jalak. Lots of things to consider to make sure that AI development is context specific and also considers different rights impacts within not only within the global south in general, but also even going in more granular level between urban and rural impacts, perhaps even. Thank you so much. All right, then we move to the Q&A part of our panel. I don't actually see any questions in the chat yet, apart from questions about the links that Natalie kindly reshared. So thank you so much for that, Natalie. Then perhaps moving to the room. Are there any questions from the room to our panelists? Yep, I see one from Ben. Any others? Yep, okay. Richard?
Mike.
Did you have a question too?
Yeah.
Okay.
At IGF, people have to line up.
Okay, great. All right.
Thank you.
Go ahead, please. If you could introduce yourself first and then a question, please. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Byung-il Oh. I'm from Jimbonet, a digital rights organization based in South Korea. Last year, Korea's National Human Rights Commission released a human rights impact assessment tool for AI, and I was involved in its development. We conducted a human rights impact assessment on the Human Rights Commission's pilot system earlier this year. The process wasn't just about going through a checklist. It involves an exchange of diverse perspective. So we found it very useful. And however, the tool has not yet been widely used, mainly because there is no legal obligation to conduct such assessment. Of course, some companies may conduct internal risk assessment, but independent assessment that include participation from affected parties are rarely carried out. Although Korea passed a basic AI law last year, which includes a provision related to human rights impact assessment, it only states that efforts should be made to conduct them. It does not mandate them. Korean civil society groups are now calling for mandatory human rights impact assessment for high-risk AI system. It would be, I'd like to hear the panelists' view on legally mandating such assessment. Thank you.
Okay, that's a great question. Thank you so much for that. So perhaps we can, I would propose having one company intervention at least on the question that was posed, on mandating human rights due diligence for AI, and I guess in the context of high-risk AI perhaps, and perhaps, one civil society intervention at least, if possible. And Natalie, if you want to jump in, please feel free. Who'd like to go first?
I'm happy to just jump in quickly. I think, if you have human rights governance inside of a company, then you should be doing ongoing human rights due diligence across all of the activity in your company, and that should also apply to your AI work, one. And then two, with respect to sort of regulations to require human rights due diligence, and then specifically for high-risk application areas, we see that with the EU AI Act, and many companies, including mine, have supported a risk-based approach, which does mandate fundamental rights or human rights impact assessment for high-risk applications. So I think that's something that you will see a lot of support for from industry.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Yep.
Yeah, and I'm really happy for the question because I think that we need to focus basically more on impact than necessarily even risk or harm, but just really say how, from the very get-go, what is the impact on humans, integrate it, as we've just heard it, all the way through the objective and the design, all the way through. As we know in the HUD area, which is the sort of fundamental rights impact suggestion from the Council of Europe. There's going to now be a more formal, I'm sure Natalie will speak to that, more formal, because there is no standardized human rights impact assessment anywhere from any body, sort of international body. But that HUD area really brings, what we've done, we've worked with the Turing who did it, and we've brought the stakeholder part of it really way up front. And I think that that's going to really make a huge difference if you do have this sort of multi-stakeholder consultation, this idea of co-creation really at the get-go. I just want to say two things. I think that we're going to also go to a right to know ultimately in terms of the legislation, and that right to know will be the transparency of what the training data is writ large, right, once we get all the IP issues settled. And then the second thing will be the explainability, that really at all levels of society we can kind of understand what's happening with the algorithm and also potential redress. That's...
Okay, thank you, Caitlin. Would anyone else like to intervene?
Natalie should talk about their impact assessment.
Natalie, would you like to intervene as well? Perhaps talking about your impact assessment tools.
Sure. Just maybe just to draw, because I didn't really go into the recommendation of the report, but indeed to the colleague representing civil society in South Korea, I would invite him to look at the recommendation we have when it comes to states, when indeed there are regulatory requirements requiring basically a company to conduct human rights due diligence, then there should be as well encouragement that they publish the human rights due diligence and impact assessment that they have implemented, those regulations should as well, as much as possible, request companies developing and deploying AI that they verify the data input and the resulting output to ensure that there is proper representation in terms of gender, race, cultural diversity, and basically safeguards against any negative impact linked to possible discriminatory AI outputs and their consequences. So this is a recommendation in the report. In terms of human rights impact assessment, we had produced together with the great support of GNI as well, and that's part of the resources listed in the session panel, guidance specifically on generative AI, and there is a detailed guidance on human rights impact assessment of generative AI. So I would as well invite colleagues to have a look at this specific guidance that we produce now a bit more than a year ago. Just a comment as well to the colleague on the panel who mentioned India. I wanted just to draw attention that there will be an AI summit in India in February. And that's very interesting, precisely in terms of bringing, global majority perspective into the discussion. And it seems from the documents published so far that the focus will be on open, transparent, and rights respecting AI development during the summit. And I think it's very welcome that after countries like the UK and South Korea and France having hosted those past AI summit, that this summit in next February in India, I believe, will be really a good opportunity to possibly, because there was this question asked to me about the geopolitical context as well. I think we have seen as well Brazil developing AI regulation, and so as counterbalance in brackets to the developers in the global north.
Yep, thank you very much, Natalie. Appreciate it. We have 2.5 minutes left, and I think 2 questions. So if we could have the questions together, if possible. Oh, okay, great. Thanks, Ben. Richard, please go ahead.
Ringford from BSR. I think while a human rights-based approach is really a necessary prerequisite, many of the really big impacts that AI will have will be more at the societal rather than the individual level. So we're seeing already, for example, shifts in the way education needs to be carried out as a result of generative AI and people's ability to research and learn. It's likely that AI will lead to job displacement or shifts in different jobs. So I'm just wondering whether the panel thinks that those sort of bigger societal impacts or risks can be captured by a human rights-based approach, or whether we need to go a bit beyond sort of the individual human rights-based approach to make sure we fully acknowledge all of the risks that come with AI.
Wonderful question. Thank you, Richard. This is really quite open to anyone. So would anyone like to intervene there?
I can, for example, tell about our approach. That a very good question, I think. Sorry. Oh, excellent. Very good question. And how we at least see it is that we need to have a very comprehensive approach at Telenor. And it requires, of course, taking into account the human rights, but it is correct, as you say, that is definitely not enough. So we need to look at AI much more broadly and look at the impacts, what it has, also at the company level, and also educate, train, and build awareness to our employees. So all of these are essential part of, in my opinion, on AI governance.
Yeah, I agree. Just 2 points. I think social media platforms have pointed to the need of societal impact assessment. Secondly, existing human rights are being reinterpreted in group and community settings, like privacy, group privacy, community rights over data. So I think there's also a reinterpretation and broadening of perspective required around human rights in the technology context.
Very much. We have 30 seconds remaining, so I would like to, unless anybody has any last minute must-have interventions, no, I would like to close the panel here. Thank you so much to our panelists for taking part and sharing their views. Thank you so much for those participating online and also for the questions that we received. So yeah, as per the IGF requirements, we will be posting up a summary of this on the related to the session, so please feel free to read there. And with that, I thank everyone again. Appreciate it.
Workshop 2. 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 Workshop 2.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our session on building digital policy for sustainable e-waste management here at the IGF 2025. My name is Saba Tuku. I'm a former MAG member as well as currently serving as a junior advisor at the GIZ Africa Union office, and I will be moderating this session. So this session, we will be discussing the urgency of e-waste management and its policy implications. We will explore different global frameworks such as ITU's or International Telecommunications Union EPR principles, as well as different national legislations promoting sustainable e-waste management within states. We shall also explore the role of different actors, including policymakers, IC device producers, civil society, and the individual users in fostering sustainability as well. Our distinguished speakers, of course, will share their best practices from diverse regions on how digital innovations can really support e-waste reduction as well as circular economy principles and their real world impacts. So saying this, let's quickly meet our speakers, and I will ask each one of them to briefly introduce themselves. So I will start with online speakers, if they have joined. First, we have Emmanuel. Okay, so I will go ahead with our on-site speakers, and I will first start with Hossam.
Okay. Hossam El Gamal, I'm a private sector representative from Africa. I am currently a MAG member, and I used to be a MAG member for 3 years before. And I focus mainly on Industry 4 solutions and application. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hossam. Thank you for joining us. And we have Jasmine.
Thank you for having me here. This is Jasmine Ko from Hong Kong. So I have a personal passion on sustainable consumption and intersecting with the internet. So I'm here, and now currently I'm a co-founder of Hong Kong Youth IGF. I was a former project lead and researcher on Eco-Internet Index initiative. So the reason that I'm being here is to bring up Asia perspective, good case practices, and also how my former research experience could give an insight from a broader sustainable carbon footprint measurement methodology into e-waste. So that's why I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sabah. Hi, everyone. My name is Usama El-Mrai. I am currently a youth ambassador for the Internet Society, and I work in the digital infrastructure. I help medium and large size companies basically with their data infrastructure, with business intelligence, and also with sustainability. I'm deeply engaged with sustainability. I worked with in diverse industry, automotive, fintech, and currently the agribusiness, where we are helping industries manage their energy monitoring and working as well on prediction. So happy to be here today.
Thank you very much. Glad to have you all here. And then I will go ahead and give the floor to our online moderator and our rapporteur to briefly also introduce themselves.
Greetings, everyone. Can you hear?
Yep.
Yeah, thank you so much. My name is Atanas Paizira. I'm from the Democratic Republic of Congo, and I'll be helping with online moderation here. And happy to be here with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Atanas. We have Dina as our online moderator. Dina, are you with us? Okay.
Hey, Saba. We can proceed for now. Thank you.
All right. So thank you to all of you. Now let's dive deep into our discussion. I'll now invite each of our speakers to respond to a questions which is tailored to their area of expertise. So you'll have maximum up to 5 minutes so that we have a space for Q&A as well as for audience interaction. So we will start with Hossam. So building on your engagement in the digital policy, throughout the years, what role do you really think that technology companies and manufacturers can play in reducing e-waste, and how can those digital policies can incentivize sustainable design, recycling, and reuse? Over to you.
Thank you. Well, e-waste is a very interesting topic because from one end it represents a clear challenge, especially in developing countries, but at the same time it does represent opportunity in the same time. So with proper actions, we can easily turn the challenge into opportunity and into even a profit for some. In order to be able to handle waste management, we always need to start with awareness, and then we need to have capacity building for the right people that are going to handle e-waste. Then we need incentivized legislation or policies that would encourage corporates providing and producing electronics to do the post implementation support and to recycle or to change or to dismantle properly their goods. And finally, we need to have clear regulations that would be respected in the way they are going to handle the e-waste. I will give you, for example, in Egypt, this is my country, Egypt is one of the major producers of e-waste annually in Africa, with an estimated 370,000 tons, and projected to increase further due to rapid technological adoption and shorter product life cycle. Generally, this sector is really dominated by informal side. Large portion of e-waste is still managed by the informal sector, garbage dealers, waste collectors, etc. While they do recover some valuable material, their practice often involve crude and unsafe methods. Example, open burning or acid leaching, leading to severe environmental pollution and health risk for workers and surrounding communities. We had a legislation in 2020, legislation law 202, for the e-waste as hazardous waste and with specific condition, providing guidelines for collection, recycling, and disposal through authorized factories under the Ministry of Environment. And also we have import restriction, a restriction to import used electronics older than 5 years old is completely prohibited, and it is completely prohibited to the importation of e-waste. Egypt is also a member of Basel Convention, which controls the transboundary movement of hazardous waste, including e-waste. But the fact is, we have limited formal infrastructure. Despite the regulations, the formal collection and recycling of infrastructure remain very limited. Only small percentage of generated e-waste is formally collected and recycled, with the majority ending up in uncontrolled landfills or being informally processed. And there is a huge awareness gap, lack of public awareness among Egyptian households regarding proper e-waste disposal and recycling processes. Many consumers store old electronics or dispose them with regular trash. There is, from another perspective, an emerging initiatives. Some initiatives are such Dr. We, which uses smartphone app to incentivize e-waste collection and facilitate proper dismantling and sorting. So what we need is we need to build a true sustainable and people-centered e-waste management system in Egypt. A comprehensive set of regulation and policies needed focusing on key areas. So strengthening and enforcing extended producer responsibility is EPR is very important, with clear mandate where to implement robust EPR scheme that legally mandate manufacturers, importers, and retailers to take responsibility for their electronic products, including collection, take back, recycling, and safe disposal. We need to have more producer responsibility organization, PROs. We should encourage and mandate the establishment of PROs that would collect and manage e-waste. We need to have more eco-design incentives, providing incentives like tax breaks, preferential market access for manufacturers to design products that are more durable, repairable, upgradable, and easily recycled will minimize hazardous material and promote modularity. We need to formalize and integrate the informal sector. Informal sector need capacity building and guidance to train informal collectors and recyclers on environmental sound management practices, health and safety protocols, and basic business skills. And we need then to access technology and finance to facilitate dismantling and material recovery, and provide financial support or microloans to upgrade their operation. And of course, we need fair labor practices, establishing regulation to prevent child labor and ensure fair working conditions and wages within the informal e-waste sector. Also, probably we need formal links between the informal collection networks and the formal recycling facility, ensuring a seamless and efficient flow of e-waste. Of course, we need to encourage advanced recycling facilities, logistics and transportation, but mostly promoting consumer awareness and behavior change. Public education campaigns are extremely important, using various media and to educate consumers about the environmental and health risks of improper e-waste management, and guide them to do properly the disposal of the e-waste. Finally, we need to foster circular economy principles. So repair and use ecosystem, material recovery and reintroduction, green public procurement, and we need to strengthen and monitor and report the data collection of e-waste and flow analysis. I think I will stop here. I hope that I've given enough info for the time being. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Hossam, for that very good intervention, especially reflecting upon the experience as well as lessons from Egypt. Much appreciated. Now I'll go ahead to Jasmine. As we all know, multi-stakeholder is big at IGF, right? And I wanted to ask, based on your experience over the years, can you tell us how multi-stakeholder collaboration can really drive effective implementation of a circular economy principles when it comes to digital technologies, production, as well as disposal?
Yeah, thank you very much, Sabah. So actually, the implementation come with a timeline that you need to have, firstly, the shared visions and policy cohesion, right? And then second, you come into encouraging the industry leaders, the private sector, and also civil society to have innovative and sustainable design. And then you come to implementation and how to make sure that when you launch the, the eco-design products to really put e-waste, electronic devices. So the electronic devices, in order to be more, have higher responsibility to environment, is actually start from the concept of you when you design the product itself. And how do you improve the circular economy design model and mindset when you design a product? And then it is about the package. So after you launch the electronic, products, it's also about how do you do logistic, right? How do you make sure your collection is efficient and the recycling process is, it's closing the loop from production to waste management. Just echoing with Hosam, right? What you just mentioned previously, a lot of the generative e-waste was not properly being recycled and put in the circle that close to the loop of the circular economy. Therefore, this is the problem here. So just add a little bit more context at the beginning, the stage one that I just mentioned, policy cohesion, that really needs a multi-stakeholder approach platform that government can have, the proper and sufficient consultation with academia, civil society, and also business who are, designing their electronic products. So one example that I would like to share is the STEP initiative, Solving the E-Waste Platform. So it's a platform that initiated by the UN to foster research and pilot projects, policy advice as well on the e-waste management. So this is just one example. So after, having this kind of policy level, just like what you have mentioned previously as well about beyond extending the EPR scheme, eco-design regulations, it's something more about its the right to repair legislation. It is to empower consumers and independent repair shops to really fix the device and extend the lifespan, give them a second life. And afterwards, going back to how the industry itself, when they design a product, they could have more interaction with the academia who do the research on how to make sure that the product itself is eco-friendly. And this could be a collaboration with the startup network as well. And so for the design, some kind of new business model is, of course, you guys may know it's about the PaaS model, the product as a service model. So it's about the leasing the devices instead of selling them, right? So in that way, from the beginning, we can already reduce the consumption of electronic devices and the services, so that this is how we could make sure that we could do harm less our environment. And in the business sector, I think something that some business have been done, in a certain level is about take back and training programs, our iPhone, right, something like that, and also about refurbishment and remanufacturing, kind of restoring the product with like new condition, something like that. And lastly, back to what I mentioned as well on the logistics level and also recycling collection, it's about the logistic network itself, how we could make sure manufacturer, retailer, and third-party logistic provider could have a closer collaborations. I think something that initiative have been done, such as by DHL in Hong Kong. They are doing something collaboration with us, a social enterprise called Recycle. So they are one of the startup and social enterprise to recycle the plastic in Hong Kong. And so this kind of multi-stakeholder collaboration could really have been put in the practice for 5-6 years. In the beginning, it was not easy, but then it's a great attempt. And now we see that private sector and then startup and also civil society come together, not just reducing the e-waste, but also providing more local employment opportunities. So that's like a win-win situation. And I think that's some, like that's the timeline that I just mentioned, and also some cases according to different stage I could share here. So I'll give the floor back to Sabah.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jasmine, for that, for your wonderful intervention. Indeed, also for mentioning about the multi-stakeholder initiatives and how the industry itself can support this, can strengthen this. And also you mentioned some examples coming from the Hong Kong. And also, yes, as you said, we need more local empowerment opportunities. So I will now go ahead with our interventions from the online speakers. We have Thelma. Thelma from Smart Africa. Thelma, I will give you the floor to first briefly introduce yourself to the floor, and then I will go ahead and with my question, which is from Smart Africa's perspective as a leading international organization in the digital space. What best practices from different regions can really inform the development of globally aligned digital policies when it comes to e-waste management, and how can this be adopted to local context? Over to you.
Thank you very much. And once again, my apologies. I think I joined in a bit late. So by way of introduction, my name is Thelma Kay. And within Smart Africa, I lead the digital infrastructure, digital skills, as well as gender matters. And maybe for the purpose of those who do not know Smart Africa, we are a Pan-African organization, and our focus really is on building a single digital market through a multi-stakeholder approach. We have a membership of about 40 countries and over 60 private sector. So, we bring that fine mix of public and private sector towards digital development. So to the question, I think I'm going to start with an experience I had when I visited Romania for the first time. And that was the first time I saw a refurbished shop, which was not black market. A shop where you could get all sorts of devices refurbished, of course, according to the grade or according to how old it is. And I thought to myself, I think this is a really good idea, because at that time we were grappling with, how do we process e-waste, especially phones that people, throw away every now and then, because they are not of good quality, they are cheap, and then people are always having to replace it. And so after that, we really then decided we need to give a full thought to e-waste being a core pillar of whatever we do, so that and if you think about it, it also helps in terms of inclusivity and sustainable digital ecosystems, right? Because if you think about inclusivity, it's not only about the gender, but all around in terms of even those who cannot afford it. And so within one of our flagship projects, and just for context, what we do is we usually take projects according to different thematics. It will be led by a country, but usually it has a Pan-African approach. And so one of our flagship projects called Affordable Devices for All, which was led by the Congo, for us was a good opportunity to make sure that we are thinking about e-waste, one as a sustainable approach, but also through inclusivity. And so from the very beginning of that project, we embedded a circular economy approach, which ensures that affordability didn't come at the cost of sustainability. We also added an end-of-life management, and I believe it was at the same time that ITU was also developing a document on end-of-life management, which we adapted. And so, so that this won't be a future concern, but a design from the beginning. Permit me to share 3 best practices based on your question from our region that we believe can inform global aligned digital policies on e-waste and how we can adapt them to our realities. For me, number 1 is to ensure that we embed e-waste in digital access strategies. So, you know, we always have, countries have broadband strategies, digital inclusion strategies, and I think one of the many portions of that strategy should ensure that countries are including recovery, recycling, and refurbishment targets in these sort of plans and strategies. In this case, it then becomes a policy issue, and then we are able to carry it forward and it's sustainable. For me, number 2, which is really critical, is also to promote refurbishment and reuse, just like my experience in Romania. This allows us to create secondary markets for our devices. That is one, but it also generates jobs, which is one of our biggest problems of our government in Africa. It also helps us to reduce harmful imports and keeps value within our community. A device second life should happen locally, should generate economic value, should generate jobs, but not end up in a landfill, for instance. And finally, is to strengthen regulation and regional harmonization. It's very important, especially because of the way we have a lot of people, crisscrossing our borders. So for instance, Nigeria's extended producer responsibility framework for me is one key example to show. It shows, for instance, how manufacturers can be held accountable for the full life cycle of a device, right? Even though you're a manufacturer, your job doesn't end when you have sold the device, for instance. So I think that's something that is really talks about how manufacturers need to be held accountable, need to follow through till the end of that device, even if it changes ownership. And another example I'd like to share is a regional one where IECO, the East African Community Organization, are leading efforts to harmonize cross-border e-waste rules. What this does, it creates an enabling environment for coordination, and it also curbs leakage. So what's key in Africa and often overlooked in global frameworks for us is the importance of adapting to local contexts, right? We shouldn't just copy and paste. So, for instance, the informal repair economy is thriving in many African cities. There's no device that you would have that you will not have somebody who can repair it within Africa. So the technician and the skill is not a problem to be solved, but how do we mainstream it? How do we upskill this? How do we upscale it so that we formalize it and then it becomes part of the whole value chain of devices as well as e-waste? Then, second for me, of importance to adapting to local context is investing in citizen awareness. I think over the past decade, we have invested a lot in teaching people how to use device, how to use it for economic value, how to use it to improve their lives. But have we taught them how to care for it, how to extend its life, how to dispose it of responsibly? How many of us do not have 3 other devices lying idle in our homes? So I think that's something that we also need to focus on in terms of citizen awareness. And so as I conclude, for us, we are already building the models that are locally grounded and we believe are globally relevant. Smart Africa, for us, this is central to everything because we are thinking long term. We are thinking sustainability, and this ranges from devices, connectivity to data governance and beyond. And so my message today is simple. If we design for sustainability from the start, e-waste becomes not just manageable, but transformative for all of us. So thank you very much for the time. And I'll be here if there's any further questions.
Thank you very much, Thelma, for your interventions. Indeed, you mentioned some of the examples led by Congo, as well as some of the initiatives in Romania, and also some of the best practices, which is first to ensure embedded e-waste into to embed e-waste into accessibility, and also promoting reuse, which can also generate job as well as economic growth, and also strengthening the cross-regional collaboration, which is important. And thank you again for that. I'll now go ahead and give the floor to our online speaker, Emmanuel. Thank you very much for joining us. First, we'd like you to briefly introduce yourself and then reflect upon, given from your experience working within the ITU, which is the International Telecommunication Union. We know that ITU has been making a lot of effort to address in e-waste. So how can governments as well as regulatory bodies can strengthen the digital policies such as the extended producer responsibility or EPR and the right to repair and to ensure sustainable e-waste management? Over to you.
Thank you so much, Saba. Good morning, everyone. Sorry, apologies for joining a bit late. I got confused of the time. Sorry for that, and happy that I'm able to be part of this very interesting discussion. Yeah, my name's, as Saba said, I'm called Emmanuel Nicola. I'm a program officer at ITU, Regional Office for Africa. I'm based in the Senegal, the ITU office that cover the West Africa. But in my work streams, I also work on programs that addresses the issues of e-waste, especially the extended producer responsibility efforts with countries. And I also coordinate capacity and skills development, the youth-related activities at ITU. So ITU, I think, has been introduced by Saba. ITU is a United Nations specialized agency for digital technologies. It's a member-driven organization. We have 194 member states, and also plus 1,000 sector, academia, and international organization member states. So when it comes to e-waste, so e-waste is one of electronics and electrical waste is one of the fastest growing waste streams globally, for reasons that I think we all know with the growing technology. So according to the Global E-Waste Monitor, we are currently generating over 62 million tons annually of e-waste. So then when we look at, we have 22%, which is formally collected and recycled. So which means the remaining 78 remain unmanaged, and resulting in polluting our land, air, water, and causing severe health risks in the process. We know the uptake of mobile phones and the laptops. So behind every discarded phone and laptops, laptop lie a hidden costs. We can ask ourselves when we discard our phones and our laptops, where they go. I think most of us we don't know what happens after we discard our phone and our laptops. So that's the problem that we need to address. So this unchecked or unaddressed growth of e-waste poses significant threat to our environment. But this crisis also presents an opportunity to transition from traditional or linear to a circular economy, where electronic products are designed, used, and recycled more sustainably. So that's where the ITU has been working with countries to work on what we call extended producer responsibility frameworks and policies. So we've been working with countries like Rwanda and Zambia to develop this extended producer responsibility work streams. We are also now initiating a project that is focusing on international knowledge exchange, where we bring countries together to learn from each other and strengthen their e-waste regulatory frameworks. So this international exchange program is a new one and very interesting, where we have two countries in Africa, Nigeria, South Africa, and then we have other countries like Colombia, India, that we work together to learn from each other. So this is a part of Global South cooperation effort. The projects will promote exchange of best practices and the lessons learned on extended producer responsibility, sustainable financing, and stakeholder engagement strategies for e-waste management. So through study tours, there'll be study tours in Africa. We'll have a study tour in Pretoria and Joburg, where there is a recycling company to run what's being done there. So sharing lessons, and that will result then in developing a policy toolkit for extended producer responsibility. So the initiative aims to equip African policymakers and industry stakeholders, because this will involve policy, public and industry stakeholders. So with the tools to build inclusive and environmentally sound, economically and viable circular economy systems. So this initiative aligned with the work of ITU, on creating circular economy for electronics. This is in a nutshell what I could share that for ITU. So extended producer responsibility aims to give the responsibility to the producers, right from when the design of the product, not really burden the government to take the responsibility of the e-waste management. So it should be a collective efforts and this giving the responsibility to the producers right from the design to take into account the recycling and the disposal of the electronic waste. So this will create a circular economy and they create jobs, but Of course, we know that when you add responsibility to producers, sometimes it ends up coming to the users, to the consumers. That's why this policy needs, again, a consultative efforts between different public organizations, public institutions, and government and the private producers.
Thank you
So we
so
also
much, Emmanuel. I
sorry.
would have to cut you because
Okay,
of
no,
our
it's fine.
time.
Yeah, I was just going to mention the involvement of youth, because we are also working to support the youth that have initiatives to contribute to these efforts of circular economy and recycling of used products. So yeah, that was my final contribution.
Thank
Thank you
you.
so much, and back to you, Saba.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel, for that wonderful intervention, and also for mentioning examples from across different countries from the region, as well as efforts done by the ITU when to address the e-waste management, as well as talking about the circular economy. I will now go ahead and give the floor to our last speaker, and then we will go ahead to our Q&A or any comment from the audience and online. Osam, given from your experience working in the private sector, how do you think can data-driven technologies such as AI, as well as IoT, and digital products as well, can support the monitoring, enforcement, and innovation of e-waste policies across industries? Over to you.
Thank you, Saba. So when we are talking about e-waste policies, for example, the extended producer responsibility or the right to repair, we mainly focus on legislations, stakeholder engagement, or sustainability goal. But we rarely ask a very important question: what systems do we actually have to make these policies work? And from my perspective as a data professional, I believe that data-driven technologies are the essential tool to translate these policies into measurable and scalable action. And let me give you a simple truth. We can't manage what we can't measure. And right now, the e-waste, global e-waste system is mostly blind. When we are talking, for example, about the global e-waste monitor, the world generates over 62 million metric tons of e-waste. Less than 20% is formally collected and recycled, which means that we have millions of tons of devices, of batteries, of toxic components that are not accounted for. And here comes exactly the role of AI, IoT, and digital product passports. So let's start by AI. AI actually can help us automate our sorting in recycling facilities. It could help us also with detecting which materials we can, for example, recover. Also, it can help us forecast the product failure before it's happened. Also, it can help us detect and analyze the patterns of the global waste or the waste management. So this will give policymakers a real ability to act with precision rather than guesswork. Second, we have IoT. IoT, Internet of Things, is devices embedded with sensors and that have the capacity, in fact, to track their own usage, environmental exposure. And for example, we have a great example with smart bins that could, for example, tell us and track if the bins are full. They could tell us what type of e-waste we have inside them. And I had a cool experience with Cargill, where we were installing over hundreds of IoT sensors in our production site in over 160 machines, and we could, with technology, monitor the real-time impact of each machine. And lastly, and maybe the most transformative tool in this in the e-waste problem, would be the digital product passports, the DPP. And DPP is simply a digital identity of a device, which can provide us with information about the materials of this product. It could provide us with the history of repair of this product, ownership, and most importantly, end of use instructions. This could empower not only recyclers and manufacturers, but could help the users to make smarter decisions about their products once they are not used. And we see the EU, the European Union, making great efforts, and actually they are mandating for electronic devices and textile starting from 2027. That's my problem here. If we want really to make impact, we should go further. And we should interpolize this tool across all borders, across all technologies. Otherwise, we will be creating silos rather than data sharing solutions. And lastly, I would mention that we must not overlook data responsibility, because with increasing traceability, we need clear rules about data privacy, about ownership and accessibility, which are all under the umbrella of data governance practices. And I will go back to you, Saba.
Thank you very much, Osam. You said one powerful word, which we can't manage what we can't measure. And of course, thank you very much for also mentioning about the digital products passport, also not overlooking the responsibilities, focusing into data privacy and data governance as well. And thank you for your interventions again. Now, yes, since we have only a few minutes left, I will give the floor to Q&A or any comment from the floor. Of course, if you are joining us online, our online moderator, Atanas, will bring your questions to the floor. Okay, I see one question from on-site. Yes. Yes, that one. And please briefly introduce yourself and then to the question. Thank you.
Hi, do you hear me? Yeah. So, Leandro Navarro. I'm coming from an NGO, but I'm also a member of ITU, the study group 5, question 7, which is about circular economy, waste, and supply chain. I was co-rapporteur until end of the year, but still I'm an expert. So just I wanted to comment that regarding ITU, there is also the ITU ITUT, in which we develop standards. And there are several standards which are publicly available that talk about different aspects of not only e-waste, but also the circular economy. You will find, for instance, one recommendation that provides guidelines for national legislation regarding e-waste. We are in the publication process of an e-waste collection standard, which standards are important because when it comes to develop legislation, it's important that there is certain harmonization across the different countries, especially because the electronics supply chain is global. And then it's a global problem, and we need global but also local, regional solutions to make sure that it doesn't get worse. And I recommend you to look at the L series of recommendations, in which you will find different aspects, including one recommendation about EPR. But the problem is so hard that I think it's not enough to come up with legislation, regulation, but we need to act. And there is an encouragement to explore innovative ways to deal with a problem that is becoming bigger and bigger as we go. And in practical terms, for instance, a couple of examples. You were talking about the DPP. In my activist side of it, since I was working on standards on DPP in ITU, we are also working with different civil society organizations to develop open source implementations of digital passports for electronics. So if you want to go to github.com/reuse, you will find the code we are developing, because without open source implementations, we cannot really ensure that all the small, medium size and tiny organizations that are innovating, they need code, they need data, they need tools to produce this information, because digitalization is a form of formalization of the informal sector. And by lowering the entry barrier, we will enable to go from about 80% of products that disappear when they become waste to the opposite, because in the end it's an environmental problem. There is also encouragement to look at the opportunities to work on the right to repair in different regions. For instance, I'm part of the Right to Repair EU, but I encourage different communities to create these regional actors, because in the end, even though the problem is global, local solutions are different, and it's important to create an environment where innovation can find a community, a multi-stakeholder community that can guide them to make sure that they are successful, because the problem deserves solutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that comment. And do we have any questions online, Atanas?
Yes, Saba, thank you. We have a question from Nicholas here. It says, with the rapid progress in post-quantum cryptography and the reality that many existing IoT devices cannot be adapted due to firmware and hardware limitations, how should government and regulators prepare for the imminent wave for cryptographical obsolete devices, especially to ensure secure and off-life handling and enforcement under EPR frameworks?
Thank you very much. Anyone would like to reflect?
Can I just quickly reflect the on-site response? I really appreciate you sharing the work standards that have been set by the ITU. I think they are good resources for national governments, regional alliance, and even the grassroots community. They have been who care about e-waste to actually look into it. And the thing is how I think some of you also mentioned it's about localizing the global problem. How do we make sure that we are able to adopt and really design something that is fit into the community, because people may have different user behavior, we have different density, we have different language. So it's all about how do the people bring the great global resources back to the local. So I think that something that my community have been doing, trying to references to some global standards and try to implement. There are many challenges, I have to say, because it is about what we haven't mentioned, more about consumer behavior and mindset is how would people be incentivized to really add on reducing their own e-waste, right? Such as, choosing some product that in the end of the life cycle creating less waste, or they really do trade in, or really to recycle their the devices they've been using. So in Hong Kong, we actually have recycling branches in all 18 districts, but we know that the problem is Hong Kong people are always overtime working, and then the opening hour of these office are actually kind of crushed to business hours. So we cannot recycle in a weekday. So everyone have to rush to recycle in the weekend, and that creates some kind of logistic problem. So something that being smartly developed is the Hong Kong government trying to have some flexible hour on some mobile stations. So not just in a physical store, so they actually have a truck to go around different districts in BC office CBD area, so that to cater people who really want to do recycling during the office hour or the lunch break. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jasmine, for your reflections. Since we only have 5 minutes, I would like to maybe ask each panelist to share a final key takeaways, or just share upon the comment that was made from our on-site participant. So yeah, something actionable in just 30 seconds or 1 minute maximum. And I will start with on-site. Yeah.
So once again, Hussam El Gamal, Private Sector Africa. In brief, and especially if I'm talking to developing countries, e-waste is a challenge, a risk, but is really an opportunity. E-waste management is a real opportunity. Why? Because first of all, it can be bankable. E-waste can be considered as bankable projects. And thus, what is required for countries is to search for existing success stories of bankable projects managing e-waste and build on that to replicate in their own countries. One thing very important for all countries to work on e-waste is the fact that e-waste reply to many of the SDGs. I'll just name I will number the SDGs and then you can name it because there are too many. SDG 12, target 12.4, 12.5, SDG 3, target 3.9, SDG 6, target 6.3, SDG 8, target 8.8, SDG 11, target 11.6, SDG 14, 15, and 13. And indirectly SDG 4, 9, and 17. So for any country working on the SDGs and having a plan to achieve, this is quite important to take into consideration and to encourage having bankable project in this area and to create the proper awareness for the different stakeholders with that regard. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Jasmine?
Okay, sorry. So I think one takeaway for each of you is be aware that how many devices you have, and also considering what kind of more eco-friendly design product that you could have. Think about how you could do more and waste less in your own personal capacity. I think that's my call to action.
Okay. So from my side, 3 fast takeaways. First of all, government industry should invest in digital infrastructure, not just in policies, because this is where we can make the e-waste traceable. Second, we need, like we said, to make these global standards, international standards for the products, passports, to make the compliance and innovation in a global scale. And lastly, I believe that we should stop treating data as an afterthought. In fact, data is not for just transparency, but it's the foundation of accountability as well for a key circular economy. Thank you, Sam.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sam. Manuel and Thelma.
Okay. Should I go?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
So thank you very much for the opportunity, and I think agree with the first 3 panelists. And allow me to summarize what they have said to say, if we want a truly global, digital future, we need to build one where sustainability is not an afterthought. It has to be sustainability by design. We need to be our own architects. And when it comes to e-waste, it's an opportunity, it's a great opportunity to create value, to drive innovation, and show what inclusive and circular digital economies can look like. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Thelma and Emmanuel.
Thank you so much. I think my previous speakers have already said, for me, I would say, yes, design, sustainability by design. And then it has to be a consultative approach, private and public consultations. So in terms of when we are building the EPA, extended producer responsibility policies, so we need to involve everyone, including the youth. Then to bring in innovation, that is important. Look at the youth that are very active in this space, because there's no solution now to e-waste. So we need to bring in innovation, and when we talk innovation, we need to support the youth innovations in this space. So that's my contribution, and then come all together, public and private, in building the policies, but also in applying the policies making sure that, especially in the case for Africa, making sure that we know what comes in.
Absolutely.
In terms of
Thank you very
electronics.
much, Emmanuel.
Thank
Yes.
you.
Thank you very much. We're a bit over time. So I'd like to say yes, thank you so much. So all of our speakers, both on-site and online, also to our rapporteurs, online moderators for joining us and staying with us. As a requirement, we'll be posting the key summaries as well as takeaways on the IGF website. So please feel free to go ahead and read or refer it. So yeah, that's all.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank
I think let's take a photo together.
Workshop 2. 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 Workshop 2.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the workshop Upgrading Digital Governance at the Local Level, workshop 302. We have 60 minutes in front of us. I will moderate this session. My name is Deniz Susar from United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs. I just want to give you a brief background what this workshop is about. At our department, we look at how governments are using technology through our United Nations e-government survey. We look at 193 UN member states and try to measure their online progress. This e-government survey has been continuing since 2003, and since 2018, we also started looking at how the local level, specifically cities, are using online services. So this is in partnership with United Nations University e-government section, who is based in Portugal, and Morten is with me. So we started with 40 cities in 2018, the most populous city in 40 countries. Then eventually we expanded to 193 cities. However, after getting feedback from stakeholders, the feedback was basically one city per country is not enough. Can we do more? And together with UNU, we developed a methodology so that our application in one city can be spread to several cities in a single country. So this partnership is open to anyone. We've done some application in various countries, for example, Brazil, India, South Korea, a few of the names that come to mind. And of course, today, it is Tunisia. We recently applied the methodology together with the Tunisian e-government society, so we will hear more from them. But I will ask colleagues so that they can put in the chat the link to where you can learn more about this project. So again, we can partner as UNDESA with any government or non-government entity. We have a memorandum of understanding. We sign jointly after cleared by legal departments. Then the partnership starts. And with that, after that, we share the methodology. We give access to the platform to the entity who is running the project. In this case, Tunisia e-government society. Then, in our methodology at the national and at the local level, the portal of the city or the country needs to be assessed by two people who do not know each other. So at the global level, we recruit two people in each country, which is around 400 people. They assess the portals, and then they, if there are any discrepancies, then we bring them together and we finalize the data. So the same happens at the city level. So again, I'll give example of Tunisian e-government society. They choose number of cities in Tunisia, and they recruit two people from each city. And these people do the assessment. The results come to that entity, and then they produce an outcome document, and we do outreach like this. So it's important, of course, to inform the city officials about their performance, but also to share this experience with other countries so that they can learn from each other. So this is a very brief introduction to the project and to the objective of this workshop. So we want to expand further in several countries. This is our goal. Right now it's happening in UK together with our partner in UK is the Ministry of IT, and they are working together with the university. So we have two partnerships there. So I will stop here and give the floor to Morten just to explain further, and then we will hear from the rest of the online speakers.
Thank you, Dennis. So as Dennis was saying, this is a partnership not just between UNDESA and UNU, but also with the local actors in a number of countries. So Tunisia will be presenting their results later during this session. But to put it into a context of why local government is important, we see that increasingly globally that there is strategic approaches to service delivery. Service delivery in some countries is mainly the mandate of central government. We see this particularly in smaller or low-income emerging economies. We see that in federal countries like the case of Brazil, but also in India, that local service delivery is taking place more on state level, so the regional level, or at the local government level. So, for instance, in the context like we are in Norway and other Nordic countries, local authorities, municipalities are responsible for some 80% of all service delivery to citizens and businesses. Only 20% is at central government. Tunisia is a country where there's a decentralization process in place, and it's also the latest report out of that. So what is the role of the LOSI network and the individual national applications of the framework? Well, it granulates the assessments that Dennis and his colleagues do every 2 years of the largest city in each country. So that allows us, for instance, in India to say, well, we know that every 2 years Mumbai is assessed. And that is then benchmarked with 192 other large cities globally. If we then do a LOSI framework application within that country looking at other cities, we suddenly have an amplifier where we can not only compare the progress, the strengths and weaknesses on local government service delivery online in the national context, but we can triangulate that with cities globally from the UNDESA biannual assessment or from other LOSI network applications. Now, naturally, local contexts matters. Priorities differ in different countries. So we've seen, for instance, that our partners in Korea and Brazil looked also at smart city-related indicators. So they complemented the core set of indicators to be assessed from the LOSI framework with a set of smart indicators related to mobility, waste, IoT, and so forth, to really complement that into the local context and the local national priorities. So this is where the LOSI framework is coming from. This is where the benefits are. And just to put some numbers on it, we have 9 reports already published, so roughly 3 countries a year. There's 5 ongoing. So the Tunisians are considering doing a second round. Mozambique, Tanzania, Saudi Arabia, India and Korea is also in their second round, so they've done an application of the framework once, but they're doing it again after a few years to see what progress is within this larger sample of national cities. So this is the context in which the framework was developed and how it's used, and also a little bit of a background on how it is working before we hand over to our Tunisian colleagues. That's all from me.
Okay, thank you so much, Morten. So now let's turn online. Our colleague Dimitris Sarantis is online, also from UNU eGov. And I have to say, this is a joint project between UNU eGov and UNDESA. And we very much appreciate the ongoing collaboration. Dimitrios?
Thank you. Thank you, Dennis. So, good morning, everyone. So,
I don't think the sound is going through.
The sound is okay? Or,
Yes, it's okay.
Okay, thanks. Good morning, everyone. So, after introduction of Dennis regarding the LOSI methodology and the brief talk from Morten regarding the use of a local assessment and the importance of it, adjusting it to the country needs, I would share some insights regarding the LOSI application from our team until now. So it's a pleasure to be here, even though virtually, to share some perspectives on the Local Online Service Index and its transformative potential in advancing digital governance at municipal level. As said also from Morten and Dennis, LOSI plays a critical role in supporting the achievement of Sustainable Development Goals, especially SDG 11, making cities inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. As the 2024 United Nations e-Government Survey highlights, over 65% of SDG targets fall under the jurisdiction of local authorities. So this makes local digital governance not only relevant, but also essential. City portals are becoming the digital front doors of municipalities, providing residents with access to vital services, from waste management, public transport, to social protection and participatory budgeting. LOSI helps cities assess and improve these services using, at least the last edition, 95 indicators across 6 categories. Since its pilot, as Dennis said also, in 2018, LOSI has evolved significantly. The 2024 edition now includes all 193 United Nations member states' most populous cities. It goes further by introducing e-government literacy in the last edition as a new category, recognizing that digital inclusion requires not just access, but also the skills to engage. From real-time communication tools to free Wi-Fi access points and multilingual platforms, cities are making progress, but challenges remain, especially around funding and the digital divide. One of the key findings from the 2024 survey is that national portals still tend to outperform local ones. However, we have seen that cities with strong collaboration between national and municipal governments, as well as those with clear institutional frameworks, score higher. This indicates that vertical alignment and shared governance models are crucial for digital success. So LOSI, we can say that it is not just an assessment tool, we can consider it as a framework for collaboration. In recent years, we have expanded its application beyond the most populous cities. So thanks to partnerships coordinated by UNDES and UNUGov, as Dennis said also, countries like Tunisia, that we will hear afterwards, Uzbekistan, Korea, Greece, India, Jordan, and Brazil have implemented LOSI at subnational levels. This decentralization of digital diagnostics allows for more targeted interventions and knowledge sharing. Our aim and our hope is to see more countries join this LOSI network to strengthen their local digital capacities. Closing, and before giving the floor to Tunisian partners, I would say that LOSI is a powerful vehicle for cities to not only benchmark their progress, but also to learn from each other. Mm-hmm. With a growing pressure on cities to deliver inclusive and smart services, it is critical that we embed data-driven, participatory, and people-centered approaches into local governance. So I look forward to today's discussion and to supporting more cities on their digital transformation journey. So before giving the floor to Sabrine, I would invite all participants with physical presence or online presence to submit their questions, their comments, orally or written to the chat, and so to have a discussion after the presentation from the Tunisian partners. Thank you, Sabrine. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Dimitrios. So I think, we clearly explained what this is about. I hope it's clear to everyone as well. Yeah, so I think it's time to see really in action, Sabrin. So the floor is yours and your colleagues. So if we can show us what this is about and what you did in Tunisia.
Thank you, Denise. Thank you, Morten, as well, and Dimitrios. I would like to extend my deepest appreciation to our partners at the UNDESA and UNU e-Governance Unit for making this session possible, the IGF Secretariat as well for believing in the session topic, as well as the audience for joining us today to talk about the Tunisia. Before we begin the presentation, allow me to introduce myself and my colleague. So my name is Sabrine Dashrawi. I'm the project coordinator of the Lucy application in Tunisia. And I am honored to be here today with my colleague in the society, Salsabil Yaqoubi, to share the latest updates and upgrades we've implemented at the local level. Okay, so before we, so in this session, we will focus mainly on two parts, which represent the two most critical phases of the project of the project. So in the next slide, you will find key messages of our session. I don't know, Salsabil, if I don't know if the audience is seeing the screen.
Yes, we see.
If you're seeing the screen moving to next slide.
No, still at the first one.
Okay.
Yes, now we see.
Yes, now we can see. Okay. Salsabil, if we can go back just quickly to key messages before I leave the floor to you to present the rest of the presentation. Good.
We see right now official
Yes.
partnership with the United Nations slide.
If we can just move to the first parts.
Maybe you can continue explaining while the slide is coming on.
Okay, no problem. Okay, I'll share from my side.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'll share from my side. So I don't know if the audience can see the screen moving.
Yes, we see now the first. Yeah, now we see the key messages. Please continue.
Okay, so in this presentation, we're going to be mainly focusing on two phases of the Lucy project or Lucy implementation in Tunisia, assessing the MGP, which is the municipal government portals, using the Lucy framework, and the second phase, which is improving the municipal website using the Lucy-based approach. So for the Lucy application in Tunisia, and before I go ahead and introduce our work, I would like to give a quick introduction about our society. So our name is the Tunisian E-Governance Society. We are a non-governmental organization. We've been practicing for 10 years now. These are some of our vision, our mission, and our goals. So we focus on transparent, intelligent, and participatory governance model, smart governance, develop innovative policies as well. And we focus on using technology, we focus on open data, and we focus on smart governance. And we are also involved in other initiatives. We're not just in, let's say, in Lucy assessment or engaged in Lucy project. We're also have other initiatives with civil society, with academia, and with other entities. We have here the Open Geodata Hackathon, the Metaverse Summit, and our participation in the Open Government Week, where we presented our evaluation for ministry portals as well. So we also have 3 recently publications, international publications to our record. In March last year, we signed a memorandum of understanding with our partners at the UNDESA, just to highlight, our collaboration on the Lucy methodology and its application in Tunisia. Of course, we have achieved a significant milestone in implementing the project in Tunisia. As you can see here, the timeline for our achievements. We first participated in the IceGov last year's edition in Pretoria, South Africa. We also published our report, which you can find it in the official website of the UNDESA. Our participation last year in the IGF through Open Forum. With our partners as well, UNDESA and UNU. And last, we have a recorded webinar where we presented our findings about the Lucy application in Tunisia. So this is a quick overview about, let's say, our team structure. We have the project management, we have the review, experts who are taking care of the review phase, and then we have our assessors. This is just to give you a quick overview about the expertise that we have in the team. With that, I leave you with my friend Salsabil Yaqoubi to present to you the first phase and the second phase of our Lucy project. Salsabil, the floor is yours.
Yes, just to remind the time as well. So if we can finish around 15 minutes, so we give some time for questions.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone. So now we're going to start presenting our phase one, which was basically evaluating the municipal websites using the Lucy framework. And so here we have the timeline for our Lucy project, detailing the key phases throughout 2024, where we began the project initiation and the signing of the MOU in March. And this was followed by scope definition and comprehensive team training in April and May, data collection assessment from May-July, with assessment reviews conducted in August. The crucial phase of result analysis and report development spanned from August to September, culminating in the presentation of our findings in November. And the structured approach ensured a thorough and systematic application of the Lucy framework. And the primary goal of the Lucy assessment is, at the end of the day, to identify digital maturity of municipality-based portals for criteria communicated by UNDESA. And the assessment process begins with preparing a final list of municipality portals to be assessed. And then teams are assigned in pairs to these municipalities. The pre-assessment phase involves two key steps. First, reviewing the UN local e-government toolkit to gain a comprehensive understanding of LOCI groupings, ranges, indicators, and criteria. And secondly, thoroughly understanding the questionnaire and the LOCI indicators explained in the instruction column. Finally, the assessment involves filling out the LOCI questionnaire by scoring each evaluated indicator in the municipal government portal with a simple yes or no. And so here we're gonna try to just give you a quick demonstration of how that would work. And so we just picked 3 indicators for which belong to the content provision category. And starting off with just show you a brief overview how the assessment goes. And for example, for number 222, does the MGP present a list of services provided by the municipality? So here we pulled up a municipal portal in Tunisia. And if we go to services, we go to civil status services, and we will find the different kind of services that they have. And more information about that. And so that satisfies that criterion. And then, for example, information about municipality history, demographics, graphical region, economy, tourism, etc. And so here we could find that in, if we go to the city of Sfax and definition of the city, we do find that information. And so that indicator is satisfied, as you can see here. And then the last the last indicator that we wanted to show was, for example, the availability of the portal different languages. So for example, here we could switch from English to French. And basically, we reiterate that process with all the 95 indicators in all 6 categories, and then calculate the score. If it exists, it's 0. If it exists, it doesn't exist, it's 0. If it exists, it's 1. And then that score is divided by the total number of indicators, which is 95. And that is just a very brief overview of like how the assessment process works. And so going back to our presentation, here we reiterate the similar like basically what we were talking about. So the 2024 version of the LOCI methodology introduces a significant new criterion, which is the e-government literacy, or ELI, which Mr. Dimitris has already mentioned. And this expands the total number of indicators to 95, distributed across 6 distinct criteria. And these criteria include institutional framework with 6 indicators, technology with 12, content provision with 30, service provision with 22, participation and engagement with 15, and the new e-literacy with 10 indicators. The scoring method is again binary, where an indicator receives a value of 1 if it exists in the municipal portal and 0 if it's missing. And raw scores for each city are then divided by the total number of indicators, 95, to produce the LOCI scores ranging from 0 to 1. These scores are then used to identify the digital maturity level of each municipality, categorized as very high for between 0.75 to 1, high between 0.5 to 0.74, middle between 0.25 to 0.49, and low for 0 to 0.24. And this structured approach allows for a clear and quantifiable assessment for digital maturity. And so this slide details the geographical and demographic scope of our assessment. And so our study actually covers all 24 governance of Tunisia, encompassing a total of 24 municipalities. And so this broad coverage allows for a comprehensive understanding of e-governance across the country at the local level. And this slide presents the overall LOCI results of the evaluated municipalities, where we can observe that 37 of the municipalities
Sorry, Salsabi, can you please go full screen to see the whole slide of your screen? Is it possible?
Yes, we just see speaker mode now, yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah, it's better.
Okay,
yes,
great.
Thank you.
And so, yeah, we go back to the talking about the Tunisian results. And so these are the overall results. And as we mentioned, 37% of the municipalities, specifically 9 out of 24, are ranked within the middle group. Conversely, a larger portion, or 63% of 15 municipalities, fall into the low group. And this indicates a significant opportunity for improvement in digital maturity across many of Tunisia's municipalities. And we have this chart that visually represents the distribution across the LOCI index from 0 to 100%, with categories of low, middle, high, and very high. But as you could see here, most of Tunisia's municipalities lag between the low and the middle ranges. And so the slides provide a more granular view of the LOSI scores, highlighting the top 3 municipalities for each criterion for service provision, content provision, and for, lastly, the tech. And these results indicate varying strains across different aspects of e-governance among municipalities. And this is basically a continuation of our analysis of the LOSI scores per criterion for e-literacy. We see outstanding performance from these municipalities, all achieving a perfect 100% actually when it comes to e-literacy. And this highlights strong digital literacy initiatives in those areas. And in terms of participation and engagement and the institutional framework criterion, these are the top performers. And these detailed breakdowns of the top performers helps us pinpoint specific areas for improvement within each municipality, guiding a targeted intervention for improvement. And as for our recommendations, and based on our findings, we found several to improve the e-governance in the Tunisian municipalities. Firstly, to advance digital services, we recommend establishing a responsive communication channels through advanced technologies and leveraging citizen centricity in service digitization. And secondly, to improve content provision, municipalities should develop user-friendly interfaces, provide thorough statistical data, regularly update municipal governmental portals, user statistics, and other multilingual content. And thirdly, extending the framework of our instructions, which involves strengthening open data policies to promote transparency and addressing gaps in privacy regulations and the right to access government information, and obviously building trust and accountability with citizens. And finally, to enhance the technical features, we suggest developing advanced search features for easier content navigation, improving user support features like frequently asked questions and help desk numbers. And these recommendations aim to guide municipalities toward higher digital maturity. And so moving on to our second phase, where we move from more theory to action, and where we aim to improve the municipal websites using a LOSI-based approach. And so we now transition to the second phase and this is initiated in March 2025, which builds upon the insights gained from our initial evaluation and focuses on implementing targeted improvements to enhance the digital maturity of municipal online services. This is where our recommendations begin to translate into tangible actions. And our current project is actually focused on improving municipal websites, and the goal of this initiative is multifaceted to leverage research from the first phase to increase partnership between local government and civil society and improve municipal portal accessibility, really, for user experience and promoting digital inclusion at the local level. And the outputs will include training municipal members on how to conduct their own website evaluation and producing a report highlighting improved scores. And so this is a project timeline which began in March with scope definition and team structure, followed by defining quick fixes in April, and then the pre-implementation phase in May, with the implementation phase taken place in June, and post-implementations, lesson learned or recommendation, and of course the final report publication will soon follow. And this initiative involves checking portals, before and after updates, identifying problems in access, speed, and ease of use, improving structure, and ultimately making it easier for people to use. And this collaborative effort with the Tunisian municipality is actually very, very crucial for enhancing the digital governance. And so for our scope definition, which is, again, a very crucial step for the second phase of our project, we clearly define the scope in which ensures that our efforts are targeted and effective in promoting the municipal websites based on the LOSI framework. And this involves identifying specific aspects of the website to be addressed and the expected outcomes. And in defining the scope for improving municipal websites, we established clear criteria for selecting the municipalities that we want to be working with. And this criteria include their geographical location, their initial LOSI score, and their responsiveness to collaboration. For selecting the results, our priorities given to municipalities with low LOCI score, specifically those ranging from 0 to 24%, indicating the greatest need for improvement. And we also have a location-based meeting method with on-site meetings for municipalities outside the capital region, and online meetings for those within, like that are more further. And communications facilitated through phone calls and emails. And the systematic approach ensures we focus our efforts on where they are most needed and we can have the greatest impact. And so actually for the next step, and it's crucial in our improvement strategy, it involves identifying and prioritizing immediate impactful changes that can be implemented to enhance the municipal websites. And these quick fixes are designed to address the most pressing issues identified during the initial assessment phase. And so our quick fixes framework classifies indicators into 3 categories, as you can see here on the screen, based on their complexity and aiming to improve the municipality score. And it's important to clarify that the classification is based on the general complexity of the tasks from an international perspective, not necessarily on what is like currently available or practiced at the national level. And we have 3 categories, as I previously mentioned, which are easy adjustments, moderate adjustments, and hard adjustments. And this framework allows us to prioritize and implement changes effectively, starting with the easiest and most impactful adjustments.
Yeah, so just a reminder that if you could conclude in 2 minutes.
Okay, yes, sure. So for our pre-implementation phase, we undertook several key steps to initiate collaboration with stakeholders, conducting their mapping and outreach, identifying key municipalities. Secondly, we performed profiling, collecting conceptual data, and then we drafted standardized partnership frameworks. And then we aligned our shared goals, engaging municipalities in defining the improvement priorities. Finally, we formalized the collaboration by launching a pilot implementation discussion such as RIBA, which we'll go over now. And so actually, our chosen pilot is RIBA, which has a LOCI score of 30.52, placing it in the middle category, which is moderate for maturity, with room for significant improvement. And as you can see here on the screen, this is how they score for their LOCI, for each category on their LOCI scores. And here, this is a breakdown of all the missing indicators in the service provision and their categorization based on our quick fixes framework. And these are for content provision, where we see a lot of easy adjustments, for institutional framework with only 1 missing, for engagement and participation, e-government literacy, and technology. And so here we have basically our approach to implementing the quick fixes is based on batches and starting with small group of 8, and this allows us to validate the feasibility of implementation, ensuring our changes are practical, achievable, and demonstrating improvements is possible with a minimal time, cost, and technical requirements, building trust step by step with the municipalities. And we chose this method to enable impact and keep the collaboration manageable with municipalities, maintaining continuous communication, and of course, since our work reflects the voluntary resource limited capacity. And so as a quick example, these are the suggested batch, for the first batch, these are the suggestions we made for service provision and for content provision, and then for institutional framework. Mm-hmm. And here you could see actually the suggestions that we made to the municipalities being reflected on their municipal websites. And so actually after the first batch, the score jumped from 30 to 39%, still placing it in the middle category, but still we here have a proof of concept that this does work. And this is the score that we anticipate after implementing all the easy fixes that we categorized for this Riba municipality. And the score could jump above 50%, which would place the municipality portal in the high category. And as for our challenges, we encountered several from the lack of formal engagement channels, as often unclear to who to contact, from the initial contact on trust building, as we had to introduce the LOCI framework from its inception and the whole build credibility. Of course, we have limited resources on both sides, but we did tackle that by strategic outreach as we used our network. We also prepared documentation such as partnership documents and one-pagers outlining goals, roles, and expectations, and of course with consistent follow-up, maintaining the regular friendly communication to keep them engaged. And so we do recommend using the existing networks and providing clear materials, and most importantly, maintaining ongoing communication with the local partners. And at the same time, we have to balance ambition with realism. That's why we're going for the easy fixes first, and that's why we're doing it in batches. And so the way forward, as we look at it, we do see looking ahead, proposing several strategies to advance e-governance in Tunisia, from advocating civil society organizations to collaborate closely with the municipalities to assist in the collection and publication of essential data, and fostering PPPs for crucial e-service expansion, encouraging co-development of essential online services. And of course, we believe in collaboration with other countries interested in applying the LOCI methodology, and these international partnerships can provide valuable insights and beneficial exchanges about the best LOCI application. And finally, we emphasize the importance of collaboration with the private sector for the technological upgrades. And so these partnerships can provide expertise and infrastructure development needed. And thank you everyone for your attention. We hope that the presentation provided valuable insights into the application of LOCI in Tunisia, and our efforts enhance digital municipal governance at the local level, and we're open to questions and further discussions.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Alsabil. I think this was very, very helpful, and congratulations for your efforts in this project. So you are not only applying, but you are also giving guidance to the public officials, so which is very much appreciated. We have a little bit time now for questions. I'm just following the script given to me, but before I also mentioned that we are applying LOCI methodology in UK right now. So if Aaron, if you want to just say 2 minutes about that, we'll appreciate it, and then we can get questions for everyone.
Sure. Is my audio coming through well?
Yes.
Great. First, I just want to say thank you to everyone that helped organize at IGF, as well as my colleagues from UNDESA. I work alongside Dennis in New York. I'm sure you guys don't envy being in Oslo when it was about 40 degrees Celsius the past 3 days. So enjoy the weather in Oslo, as well as the other amazing sessions happening at IGF in the meantime. So as Dennis mentioned, I work on the UK application of the LOCI methodology. And I think the overarching theme that was touched upon, but that I really want to highlight in this brief input, is that I think working together is more important than ever in this digital world, especially when it comes to improving the government services. And as far as I can tell, so far, it's still in progress, but the UK does seem to be, alongside Tunisia, leading in this area. And the application of this LOCI methodology in the UK really shows how innovative partnerships can improve people's everyday experiences through local government. And in many cases, leveraging university students, collaborations with national as well as the local municipalities. I think LOCI and the UN provide the bridge to be able to turn this into a conduit to improve people's everyday lives through, like I said, the digital services that are provided within their local governments. And what I like about LOCI is it focuses on the practical cooperation It measures how effective local government websites are and encourages the groups and the parties involved to share their ideas and the strategies. And this teamwork that's integrated within the methodology itself results in online services that are easier to use, more transparent, and truly more reflective of people's needs on the ground.
Thank you, Aaron.
The main point here is
How many
simple.
cities?
When we work together and collaborate cross-functionally, just like with LOSI, we achieve stronger and more accessible services. And the UK, just like with Tunisia, provides a further example of how entities can work together to deliver the results, because that's how we'll continue to deliver real improvements for communities everywhere.
Yeah, thank you, Aaron. Thank you so much. Can I ask how many cities in UK? Just quickly. Oh, we cannot hear you, but
Aaron, you're muted.
I was asking how many cities did you apply in UK? Okay, we will go back to Aaron. But now, Dimitrios, do we have any questions online if we can take, or anyone here from the audience, please?
Thanks, Dennis. I don't see any questions in the chat at the moment, so I will invite once more participants to submit the questions in the chat. We have some time to respond to comments or questions. I would like to make just a small comment on the presentation of Salsabil. I would say that this is a very good example, a very good case of using LOSI methodology as an improvement framework for local government, because I knew that they have done a very good work in assessing municipalities in Tunisia. I was not aware for the next step. They went, Tunisian, as we see now, Tunisian partner went a step forward. So using the results from LOSI applications to really not only improve local government, but also to suggest methodological steps to do that. I was really surprised with this categorization of improvement steps in clusters, easy, medium, and more difficult to be implemented. This is very interesting because it gives this easy win-win opportunity to local governments to design quickly and successfully improvements in their local government websites. Also, this interaction that Tunisian partner e-government society has with the local e-government authorities to apply the results of LOSI application in government is very interesting. So these are some comments that I have to do on the presentation, and I will pass the floor to Sabrine.
Yeah, Dimitrios, also let's get one more question from here, from the audience, and then we'll get back to you. Thank you. Yeah, please, gentleman here.
Thank you. My name is Steve McDowell from Florida State University in Tallahassee, Florida. My question is about the term local government. What's the scope of size? Because a city like Oslo could be called a local government, or a city with 200,000 or 300,000 people might be called local government and have very different sets of resources and size of citizens, population that you're dealing with.
Thank you. I think I can answer that one. So when we started this project, in order to cover as many people as possible, we started with the most populous city in each UN member state. So it is not the capital. Usually people confuse with that, but it is, for example, New York City in US. But we know US has 50 states, and it's very challenging to define. But when Tunisian colleagues apply the methodology in Tunisia, they choose each region. When we did in Brazil application, in Brazil, I think 50 states, they chose largest city in each state plus the capital city. So there is some flexibility there to extend. And the name doesn't really reflect the application, so we are focusing more on cities. Yeah.
If I may just...
Yes, please.
If I may just complement that, the LOSI methodology, when colleagues like Dimitris go in and advise on how to apply the methodology in a specific country, we often suggest sort of having a balanced approach. So when we talk about local government, in the UK they call it councils, in Denmark we call it municipalities, other countries have different names for that. But to try and find either a group of similar cases, so you can compare like with like, as we say in academia, or try and get a representative sample. Because in most cases, we can't, unfortunately, assess every single local authority in a country. You also see that in some cases, the city may not represent the whole metropole. So in Copenhagen, for instance, it's a city of some almost 2 million people in the metropole, but the municipality itself, Copenhagen, is 700,000 people. But the average size of a municipality in Denmark is about 55,000. So again, this is something we advise on, but it depends on the partner in terms of their resources and their strategic focus. But it's then captured in the report what the case selection was and what the pros and cons are.
Thank you very much.
Sure. Thank you for the question. Let's go back to online again. Dimitrios, I think you had a question, or Sabrin wanted to say something. Yeah, Sabrin.
Yes, I don't know if we actually have questions, but thank you, Steve, for the intervention. That was actually a very interesting question. You know, our partners actually addressed the question very well. With that said, I would like to emphasize some points before we leave the floor for you, Denise and Morten, for the closing remarks, because we're apparently running out of time. The main reason why we are here today at the IGF doing this session is because we believe in the potential of the joining forces. That said, our workshop is under the sub-theme of digital cooperation as it's communicated, and it refers to the collaborative efforts between governments, private sector, civil society, international organizations, all parties, you know, moving together to address global digital challenges. Some of the policy, let's say, questions that we wrote in the descriptions, or we might like go through them very briefly. As I said, the role of civil society and private sector. So one of the significant takeaways from the Tunisian case study is the indispensable, let's say, or important role of civil society. So we take us as an example, the Tunisian e-governance society. We led the LOSI assessment, and this highlights how civil society organizations with their deep understanding of local communities can serve as crucial bridges between citizens and governments. They can independently collect data, they can assess services, they can provide valuable feedback, they can help governments identify gaps in areas of improvement to support governmental efforts. That's a powerful model for advancing, you know, digital, local digital governance, especially if governmental resources are limited. The next is the role of international organization and best practices. Now, this is a scoop, for people who would like to collaborate with us. I would like to say is international organizations like UNDESA and UNU eGov play a vital role in this. Their provision of methodologies like LOSI, along with guidance and support, offers a framework, a standardized actually framework for assessment and global perspective on best practices. Another important note is that I know change can be challenging at some point. We want to see changes fast in our local government, especially in our digital transformation journey. And that's why addressing challenges in digital transformation requires a flexible approach. And this is what we were trying to apply in this in our second phase, is that we invented, let's say, the quick fixes framework, in that we wanted to apply this flexible approach of seeing long term.
Sabrin, just if you could conclude, so we have 4 minutes only.
Okay.
But I want you to conclude in the next 15 seconds. Yeah.
Okay. Us as a society, I want to emphasize our openness to collaboration. So our team brings together experts across multiple disciplines, from technical implementation to policy design as well, giving us a unique, holistic, let's say, perspective of digital governance challenges.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay.
If I can give 2 minutes to Morten, just to say, but Sabrin, you already started concluding the session. Your points are well taken and very to the point, Morten.
I just wanted to put...
Sorry, Morten, before Morten, just 1 minute, because we have one question from the audience, from the participants.
Oh, okay.
Can I make it? From Emmanuel Oruk from Uganda, how accessible is it, the project for a person with disabilities?
Yeah, Dimitrios, if you can respond to that in the chat, Morten.
Okay.
Yeah. So I just wanted to put some of the findings of the Tunisian case into a global perspective, where the key weaknesses for the Tunisian municipalities are not the provision of information online. It's more about transactional services. And this is where these findings also have a role to national policy and the role of national government in providing the key enablers for digital transactional services like electronic identification, digital signatures, and providing also a national set of policy and technical components to enable and empower local authorities to deliver services online, not just information. And this is something we see not just being a challenge in emerging economies, we see this also in the classical global rich north, where federal countries, for instance, don't have a national infrastructure for e-identity or signatures. This is the case in Canada and the UK, for instance. And that becomes a barrier for transactional service delivery and the transactional development. So the local framework cannot work exclusively in isolation. It is linked to also national policy priorities and enablers and direction given from the national government. So that's a very interesting outcome of the Tunisian in a regional perspective.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Morten. And sorry for the rush, but we have 2 minutes. And about the accessibility question or any other one, we have relevant associated features with those. We are checking those, and I appreciate Dimitrios responding in the chat. So just to say a few words in the conclusion, I think Sabrin's remarks was really to the point. So here at the IGF, this is the UN Secretary General's Forum on Internet Issues. It brings technical community, private sector, civil society, and of course governments together. And I think this project was a very good example of that. So with the Tunisian e-government society, who is leading this initiative, so we are reaching out to local government officials, but we are also creating collaboration. I think the second part of your presentation is an innovation. You are building on existing methodology and further expanding it, similar to our national and local e-government toolkits, but you are really highlighting. And I think this will be a very good example for other countries to pick from here and learn from you. And I think it will definitely help others. So I just wanted to thank you for that and conclude this session here. And the recording will be available online. And I'm sure, Sabrin, people interested in will be in touch with us. So thank you very much, especially to the Tunisian e-government society for this excellent session.
Thank you.
Workshop 2. 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 Workshop 2.
I just wonder if you can hear me well.
Workshop 2. Workshop 2.
I can hear you.
Workshop 2. 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 Workshop 2.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks so much for coming to our panel today. I'm David Sneed, and I'm director of the Secure Hosting Alliance. The Secure Hosting Alliance is a global initiative that is focused on improving safety and accountability and trust in the hosting industry. And we have a great panel for you today. The panel, this is actually going to be a typical panel presentation where we're going to have folks receive questions and provide answers as opposed to providing presentations. So on the dais here, we have Jacqueline van der Werken from LeaseWeb, Benny Vasquez from Alma Linux, Ana Neves, and she's head of the Internet Governance Office in Portugal. We have my colleague, Christian Dawson, who is going to be our online moderator. Online, we have Vivek Goyal of L.R, Lawrence Orale Roberts from Microboss, Irina Daniela from the .ru CCTLD, and Yulia Kalpekny from the Internet and Jurisdiction Policy Network. So we have quite a number of people here. What I would like to do, though, is if folks have questions, please ask your questions during the presentation today, as opposed to saving them for the end. Though if you would like to make statements about what folks are saying that are not questions, if you could just save those to the end so that we don't interrupt the flow here. So what I'd like to do is start off with some warm-up questions. So if people would raise their hands in answer to these questions, who here has heard of the term infrastructure provider in the context of internet governance? Okay. So raise your hand if your employer or you're involved in relying on a third party for web hosting or DNS providing. Okay. And have you ever worked on or reviewed policies relating to harmful content? All right. That gives me an idea of where people are and where their expertise lies. What I'd like to do to start off with is have the panelists talk about where they are or where their orientation is in the internet infrastructure. And I'd like to start off with Jacqueline to talk about hosting.
Yeah, thank you so much. So I'm Jacqueline, I'm the General Counsel for LeaseWeb globally. We are a Dutch sovereign undertaking. We have our business all over the world, and our leadership and owners are from the Netherlands, technology-based. So it means infrastructure as a service, so that's the lowest layer in the stack. And I also am here not only representing LeaseWeb, but also the Dutch cloud community with all our members that are doing the same. And also in Brussels, it's CISP, it's cloud infrastructure providers in Europe. There we have 34 members, and we all like to share with you our ethical approach and our private-public cooperation approach to combat abuse, and also share with you what our problems are in explaining what is the proper approach for legislation. So also David asked me what actually happens when a user wants to see a website and how does it relate to the lowest layer in the stack. So that's because of the experience that if you go to a website and you type in the name, just any consumer or any user on the internet could do that, and then you see, obviously, the name of the website. So, but the name, through the DNS machine, of course, the domain name server or system will be converted in the IP address. And the IP address is the key to everything, because typically the hosting providers, the true IaaS providers, are the owners and the registered parties in ICANN, RIP, and also in, of course, in ERIN, of the internet IP address. And the ownership thereof gives a lot of responsibilities and a lot of accountability. However, it's not always possible for the IaaS provider to execute on it. It's the gatekeeper and the gate, sort of the gateway to anti-abuse measures. But on the other side, there is no management on content, and there is no awareness on any content. It is just the only step in the chain of many and many commercial parties in between before the website is demonstrated to the user. Maybe a CDN network for caching or other resellers, and there's so many in between chain dependency really that it's very beneficial to us to be here, but also to speak to you, but also to regulators, to explain how technically it's working and how regulation or private-public cooperation can be efficient and effective, because most of the times it's really not. And so thanks. Maybe that helps.
Yeah, great. Benny.
Yeah, so hi, I'm Benny Vasquez. I am here representing Alma Linux, as David said. Primarily, my time in this space is around software, whether it's commercial or open source. And I have spent a lot of time building communities in those spaces. Those two things give me kind of a unique view for what the interactions between IGF and the infrastructure space in general.
Great, thanks. Ana?
I'm Ana Neves. I'm from Portugal, and I'm from the government as a stakeholder. And I'll be here not to only talk about regulation, but about other ways that governments could find as useful to better serve the infrastructure providers and the holders of the cloud, and how to better serve the citizens. Thank you.
Great, thanks. So I'd like to go to the folks online. So Vivek, would you just talk a little bit about what your position is in the internet?
Sure. Thank you, David. Glad to be here. My name is Vivek Goyal. I'm talking to you from Mumbai, India. I'm the co-founder of L.R, which is an online brand protection company. And on a daily basis, we work with businesses and brands across the world and help them fight abuse. So when we are on a daily basis, we identify abuse which harms not only brands, but actually general public. And we work with infrastructure providers and all manners of people that enable the whole chain that makes abuse happen and request for their help to take down that abuse. So I can share my views on how abuse is perpetuated and how infrastructure providers can do more to help take it down faster and quicker.
Great.
Thank you.
Thanks. Yulia, how about you?
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. And I'm policy consultant at Internet and Jurisdiction Policy Network. And I'm also a qualified practicing lawyer. So I bring this additional angle, regulatory perspective. And the Internet Infrastructure at Internet and Jurisdiction Policy Network at the moment with my colleague Bertrand de la Chapelle, who is in person at the IGF. We work on facilitating the Internet Infrastructure Forum, which is an effort to bridge the silos across the Internet infrastructure. And this effort is facilitated by the Internet and Jurisdiction Policy Network, and together in partnership with the industry associations, ECHO and I2C and Clean DNS, and also supported by the industry, VeriSign, PIR, Google Identity Digital, Cloudflare, and Amazon. And the effort is to improve coordination and anti-abuse efforts among Internet infrastructure operators in their respective roles and capabilities. So I bring this perspective working with the industry on policy matters.
Great. Thanks, Julia. How about you, Lawrence?
Thank you, Dave, and good day to everyone. So my name's Lawrence Olale Roberts. I happen to be the chief executive of Microboss, which is a mid-sized tech firm operating out of Nigeria. And in my practice, I've had opportunity of not just building out small networks in terms of infrastructure, but have also participated in on a global project that interconnected Nigeria to Portugal and up to South Africa. So very much in the infrastructure and tech space. And what I have seen in terms of the local practice gives a good idea of what the challenges are. And definitely, when we start the discussion, we can talk about means of mitigating this. But interesting perspective will cut across some challenges that funding and accessibility brings about in the local context. Back to you, Dave.
Great. Thanks, Lawrence. And finally, Irina.
Thank you. I'm Irina, and I'm joining you from Moscow, Russia. I'm with the Coordination Center for .ru, which is the manager for country code top-level domain names, which means we are responsible for making this domain, making people to be able to register domain names and to use them. We develop terms and conditions of the domain name registration. We, together with our technical partners, ensure the support of registry database and DNS service. But in addition to domain name registration, we also develop and support various projects aiming to ensure security of our domain namespace, and also social and educational projects in various areas. Back to you.
Okay, super. So we have in the room today folks who represent pretty much the entire internet stack. But one of the things that seems to be kind of difficult among folks in this industry and in this space is actually communication. So one thing to make a positive impact is the need for all the folks who are involved in this stack to trust each other. So DNS providers need to trust hosts need to trust ISPs, hosts need to trust software providers. Why don't we start off with Julia? If the folks on the panel could just talk a little bit about one step the industry could do to facilitate more trust in the environment.
So Dave, really well spotted. Trust is very important for any work together. For effectiveness, trust is paramount. And when we look at responsible internet practices, for example, it is very important in abuse mitigation that appropriate action or actions are taken by the appropriate actors or actor at the appropriate level of the infrastructure at appropriate time. So in order to ensure effectiveness, and it's not just whack-a-mole where, you know, there is an abuse in one place, action is taken and it resurfaces elsewhere, it is important that there is this trust and coordination and concerted action at the right level, at the right time. And for that, many different things are very important, including trust, which is the foundation for that, but also then coordinating, exchanging information, and so on. Exactly that we are trying to do, and we started at the Internet Infrastructure Forum. And the first thing to ensure that everyone across the infrastructure are talking the same language, understand each other, know who is doing what and when and how, is to bring people together. And so far, that's not been a place where those discussions could happen in a safe environment. And that is the effort that we are currently undertaking, to bring the actors that are ready to do more and take action to be able to build that trust, to talk to each other, which then can lead to coordination and more effective and efficient action.
Great. Thanks, Julia. So, Jacqueline, let's say Vivek is reaching out to you to talk about a brand protection matter. What is necessary to happen for you to trust his discussion with you about a brand protection matter?
Well, first of all, and also thanks, Julia, we know each other from the forum. And so in addition, also in country, but also on a European level, we build codes of conduct. So in order to increase our trust as a business and hosting industry or IaaS industry, we really reach out in addition to our own company policies. That means that people using our services need to adhere and to comply and really to commit to what we expect from a proper user and for a clean internet. Avoiding abuse, avoiding illegal content. All these items are in the fair use policies, you know that. But in addition, on the sector level, we make codes of conduct. So anybody that is doing business with us, selecting us or our sector as being the host and the cloud provider can make themselves known or orientate themselves how we work. Of course, not everybody is a member, and of course, there's always parties that have a different opinion, but the majority, and I really want to emphasize that, the majority of our business is really having a very ethical approach to this, because we all want to have a clean internet without illegal and content and without abuse. And for that matter, again, we are unmanaged hosting, so we don't even have the operating key of the system. We do compute power, and there the story ends. On the other hand, we are having administrative burden, large compliance teams that have to work with regulations. And for example, brand protection. You can think of the USA, as you are here also representative of the USA. Well, coming from Europe, we see that the DMCA is typically having a different approach for taking any action under the notice and takedown compared to what we used to have, like the e-commerce directive or now the Digital Services Act. So it's very difficult for a provider to have a global approach to any notice and takedown. And if we do, of course, we take always the highest. Typically in doing all kinds of compliance policies, you take the strictest approach and you apply that globally. That's the most safe approach. So, and on the other hand, yeah, like I say, it's a lot of administrative burden and cost. We have to have in-country also compliance teams, because we could have a global approach, but brand protection also locally differs because local laws are very different. And so what is deemed illegal by law, and when we can take action and when we can step forward to discuss the matter and after discussing the matter, see how we can take down any content, that has to go, first of all, in checks and balances. Also, dependent very much on local law. So we look forward very much to sort of global framework because it's criminal law, it's data protection law, it's also copyright law. Everything is at stake. And if we don't do that properly, we are ourselves, we are being challenged. We could have lawsuits or we could have problems in our business. So I think that the discussion is very helpful to reach out what we can do to make this more efficient.
Vivek has a hand.
Thank you, Christian.
Sure.
So Vivek, before your statement, I was going to ask you anyways, what would it take for you to trust Jacqueline?
Having heard Jacqueline, I trust her absolutely right now. Right? So that's a great start.
That's not what I wanted to hear.
We act as an intermediary between brand owners, businesses, and infrastructure providers, right? And I completely agree here that every country has different jurisdictions that have to be followed, and that is a cost of doing business in every jurisdiction, right? The trust is built when we, as people who notify hosting providers about complaints or abuse, is based on a few things. One, response. If we get an acknowledgement that yes, we have received your complaint and we are working on it, that's the first step. And you will be surprised how many times we do not get that, right? Second is action on the complaint. And when I'm saying action, I'm not talking about, yes, you take down the content. If that complaint is not in laws with what you follow, then please tell us, no, we cannot take action and this is why, right? And the ability to raise or reach out to somebody to understand those rules and regulations that you're following so that we can educate our brand and businesses accordingly, right? And if that is done repeatedly, that helps build trust. And I can tell you from experience that this trust building actually saves money for everybody in the whole chain, because we can educate the brand and businesses on what is possible through this means, and what you're asking is unjustified. Just because somebody has created a website saying your service is not good does not mean that we can take action on it and shut it down, because the process just does not work like that, right? We can make sure that when we file complaints to the hosting providers, we provide all the information in the manner in which they need so that they can evaluate it accurately and take action. So we improve the efficiency of that end. So trust, while it helps the overall industry and the community, it is also a very commercially viable solution to running businesses, especially when you're doing it across geographies. I hope I answered that.
Yeah, very much so. So, Irina, I wanted to pivot to you a little bit because folks who are involved in the DNS and in the domain name world are often pressured to take a lot of action on abuse. How does the issue of trust resonate with you?
Well, indeed, there are a lot of discussion regarding DNS and domain names and abuse, and what should be done and what should be done, and to which extent domain name registries and registrars are responsible to content, for example, or they should limit their attention only with such types of DNS abuse as phishing or botnet control or malware distribution. The important aspect regarding trust, which had not been mentioned yet, is actually responsibilities, because registries and registrars mostly do not have expertise within their organization to judge whether this domain name is abusive or not. So we build relationship with so-called trusted notifiers or expert organizations who can identify abuse and inform us. They sometimes also can be called domain name reputation providers. And when having received information that this domain name is maliciously used, we're quite often expected to suspend it. And in most cases, we do. However, what if eventually this domain name turns out to be absolutely legitimate, and the owner of the domain name has lost some money because his web shop or his bank, for example, was not available? And who takes responsibility for this lost money, and how we can split the responsibility between those who notifies and those who can actually take action? These are the recent discussions we had in my country, and I believe that in other countries there are similar discussions. And at the moment, we do not have a clear answer for how we best can solve this issue.
So, thank you. So if I were to summarize what you're saying is there needs to be a level of knowledge within the participants who are in the internet infrastructure and the folks who are addressing abuse about the different aspects that make up the internet infrastructure and where responsibility for the abuse might lie.
Exactly, and not only knowledge, but also practical willingness to solve if there is a wrong request. The willingness to participate in solving this situation.
So you would say that for the infrastructure provider to be proactive in trying to solve the problem themselves. Okay.
Yeah.
So one of the things that has come up is kind of how all these different infrastructure providers work together. From the software side, Benny, how would you address abuse issues?
Sure. So I think the things that keep coming up, there's two primary themes that I'm hearing. The first one is engagement, right? He said just reply and explain why you think something is or is not abuse, why you think we should react or shouldn't react. That engagement, even at the base level, is the first step toward building a connection, which is the next thing that was brought up, right? We need to set connections or build connections between the different providers to make sure that you're a known entity when you walk into a room, right? When it comes to the software side, if there's someone abusing or the software that I am building, or someone that is being abused by my software in some way, you have to have those two things in order to be able to address it at all, to even start a dialogue. So it's my community heart says it is the base of it is building a community like the IGF or something else that allows us to actually engage in a really deep way so we can understand the problems that we're facing, understand, even define abuse, and then move from that into how we react collectively.
So this concept of a known entity, Lawrence, you're from a part of the world where folks might not be known. How does that resonate with you?
Yeah, so it's actually a big challenge here because pretty much while we are all held by the same policies, the same laws, the infrastructure that we have locally also plays a limiting factor. So pretty much lots of the core equipments that we have in our networks here are equipments that have had reached end of life, maybe in a company in the global north, and was replaced with a newer version. And because of the cost of setting up these networks, pretty much a lot of providers here are looking, are not looking to looking at return on investment. You're not looking to build a network that at the entry point is so expensive to roll out. You have to buy lots of licenses or pay hundreds of thousands for licenses to customize or integrate. You have to train new staff, your engineering staff, to be able to deal, operate, manage, and support those equipment. So to a large extent, we just look at the base OEMs that are available in the market, that you have a lot of engineers supporting locally, and you go for that equipment that is still working, but been pulled off a rack. The issues that provide, we are able to build your network, but one, because those equipments no longer have a support, no longer receive support from the OEM, you end up with something that not only has reached end of life, but no longer has support. Security becomes an issue because there are backdoors, hackers, bugs that can creep into the system. And bottom line is that aside from, when you have eventually, maybe you decide to do this just as a stopper to be able to get into the market, and plan that when you have a subscriber base and enough revenue, you will upgrade or migrate to a more modern, intelligent system. But the issue you now face at that point is the handshake. You find out that it's broken, and you just have, to build a new system altogether. So so the issues that we face on our divide with this is where there are issues of abuse taking place, it's pretty much difficult to find out where the endpoints are, or rather, it's a lot more work finding out where the bad actor is, what's been done, how it's been done, compared to if you roll out if you go with a modern technology provided by the OEM that has a lot of support, that has quality of service to the end user, to the endpoints, to the last mile, such that you can trace where these issues are coming from. So where we don't get feedback or get any action in terms of bad actor activity, cyber crimes, and all that, it's not because there is no willingness or there's no trust to report such action back, but the hardware and the network topography just makes it difficult, because this was technology that you should have been using a century ago.
Right, and I want to come back to this issue of outdated material, but someone, I think, do you have a question? Would you mind going to the mic?
Hello, folks. Thank you for organizing this and for being here. Valentina Guana. I'm from Venezuela, but I live in Spain. I work for an organization called Conexión Segura y Libre, Secure and Free Connection. And we especially work on digital rights and investigating internet censorship, which, of course, aligns a lot with DNS and a lot of topics that we're talking about. Mm-hmm. So since we're talking about CCTLDs, etc., and trust, I want to ask something. For example, earlier this year, a few months ago, the CCTLD of Nicaragua deleted 5 DNS records used by independent news media outlets from Nicaragua. This was made without any warning, and now ex-domain owners haven't received any official explanation from the CCTLD of Nicaragua, the .NI, nor the government of Nicaragua itself. And we, members of the civil society organizations, consider this as a form of censorship, of internet censorship. So now the question on trust. How can we trust CCTLD's administrators to not use their power for censorship in the name of abuse regulations? Where do we draw the line between what we and governments consider abuse and what can be considered censorship for the people living in that country or the international community as a whole? Thank you.
Okay. So thanks for your question. And what I'd like to do is ask Irina to maybe answer the question specifically, and then broaden it a little bit to talk about censorship in general among the stack. Would that work for you?
I mean, yeah, I think that's perfect.
Okay,
I
great.
agree with that. Thank you.
Irina, would you talk a little bit about it in the DNS perspective?
Happy to do so. It's really hard to dig deeply in the details of this particular case, because there might be multiple reasons explaining what's happened, and you need to investigate it better. But I fully agree that responsible behavior from either CCTLD registry or registrar is whether they take action to definitely inform the domain name holder on why the action is taken, and also provide him the mechanism to complain and to restore domain name functionality if it has been the action has been taken by mistake, or if the reason is eliminated, the reason for the action is eliminated. And in our own statistics, so we see around like 1 or 2% of total domain name takedowns when the people reach out back and say, okay, listen, we have solved an issue and we want our domain name being functional again, and they get it. So there definitely should be mechanism both to be informed and both to complain, and this mechanism should be publicly available.
Okay, great, thanks. Now, Anna, could you talk a little bit about censorship? And I have a follow-up question to that as well.
Well, from the governmental perspective, it really depends on which government are you talking to, or of. So it's not easy to respond to that. In our case, or in the European case, I think it will be very difficult to have this kind of censorship. As in Nicaragua, I think that it wouldn't happen so far. You never know the future nowadays. But for the time being, we pay attention a lot on abuse mitigation and so many other things related with DNAs, and not only, of course, with the websites and the social media applications, etc. So, but it's of course a reason of concern. But again, it's governments, they deal totally different according with their kind of nature.
Okay. So does anybody else have any opinion about censorship or the censorship issue? No?
Yeah, so in addition to abuse, of course, it's also the law enforcement. And we have to apply sanctions. Of course, that's also sometimes debatable. But on the other hand, it's pure criminal law. It's a statute. So anything under that, sort of gives our sort of an instruction to us to adhere to that. But yeah, for us also, it's whether it's law enforcement, there is less debate for any action. But if it's like a notice, maybe have a complaint about a certain slogan or something. You know, we live in a very, diverse world these days. So any slogan or any complaint could be politically biased. And what to do? What to do then? Do you take action for a notice and take down or no? So we have, in addition to law enforcement, which is more strict under criminal law, it's in this area, it's for us the question, and I think still, I repeat that, it's burdensome for infrastructure as a service providers to have the monkey on our shoulder, to have to assess this and take decisions, because we are not responsible for content. There's lots of other parties further down in the chain before you end at the cause, really. So then we have two principles. If it's a mistakenly unlawful, which resonates with the Digital Services Act that refers to illegal content. If it's not that qualification, we need to think, is it harmful but not unlawful? And so what is the context? So yeah, for me as a lawyer, that is difficult because on the one hand, you could action the request. On the other hand, if it's not mistakenly unlawful or simply illegal, it leaves room for interpretation. And what we do as a private business globally is that we also, like I say, we have our acceptable use policies and we take the liberty, because we can do that based on free contracting, we take the liberty to have our own approach. So whatever we deem is not acceptable for our network and for use of our services, just put it in, and that gives me the power to act and to say, sorry, this is not acceptable to us, and we take further steps. So that's how we do. And that's, of course, continuously in involvement. It's continuous improvement.
Great. So Vivek, I see that you have a hand up.
Yeah, very quickly. I especially liked what was said at the very end, that if it's not acceptable to you, you take action. And for example, I mean, censorship is not always wrong. Sometimes it is absolutely needed. For example, CSAM. I mean, you talk to any company and they're against it and they proactively take action to bring it down, right? Because it's universally accepted as something which is harmful to everybody around. I mean, governments also are required to sometimes act on and do censorship. I mean, deep fakes are causing havoc. I mean, I know in India, we were recently in a conflict with a neighboring country, and there was so much fake news that the government had to step in and avoid a situation of panic in the country, especially people living near border areas, to safeguard them from news that was not genuine. So censorship is needed. And again, without knowing the detail, it's hard for me to judge whether the actions of a government are right or wrong. But every tool can be used for positive or negative. So I completely empathize with hosting providers. They have to comply with the government regulations, but I think everybody is working with the laws of the country in which they're working in. Thanks.
Okay, great, thanks. Did that give you information that you were looking for? Okay, good. All right, that's good to hear. So one of the things that Jacqueline brought up initially was the concept of a code of conduct. And Anna, I wanted to ask you about that, because there is often tension between a code of conduct or self-regulation and governmental regulation. And in fact, quite a number of the workshops here have talked about the failure of self-regulation. I mean, how does that impact you as someone from the government?
So I have some inputs that I would like to share with you today, and putting in context the governmental behavior in the global cooperation world. And the thing that local governments or at national level, they have their own rules, and then it jeopardizes a more common understanding of the situation at worldwide level. So I think it's interesting to raise here some of the main issues where I think, and I'm used to work and to see as the role of governments, how they can help. Sometimes they don't, but it should be their role. I believe that governments have a pivotal role in driving the global cooperation needed to address the challenges in the internet infrastructure ecosystem, such as fragmented legal frameworks, lack of coordination, and cross-border inconsistencies. So governments must lead to the way in harmonizing regulations and providing clear policies that encourage infrastructure providers to take proactive roles in abuse mitigation and security. I believe that governments can provide essential incentives and policies that support responsible internet practices, going beyond the just domain name system level actions. We need to address, sorry, I need some water.
We all need water.
So I was saying that governments should go beyond just the domain name system level action. We need to address not only commercial interests, but also the public good, fostering a balance that ensures an ethical and inclusive internet. In doing so, collaboration is key. Trust building among stakeholders is crucial, as it was already said today. And governments are uniquely positioned to facilitate dialogue, bridge gaps in areas like data protection, competition concerns, legal fragmentation. So that's where only through multi-stakeholder collaboration can we effectively address global challenges such as phishing, malware, data security. Another component that is very, very important is inclusivity, which remains a core issue. Governments must advocate for the representation of underserved users, ensuring that internet remains open, accessible, and inclusive. By supporting multilingual domains and prioritizing accessibility for all, we are all creating an internet that reflects global diversity and ensures equitable participation in decision-making processes, which currently tends to be dominated by commercially driven entities. So my key takeaways at the heart of internet government and as a governmental stakeholder are as follows. National governments are essential in driving a unified global approach to address the challenge presented by fragmented internet infrastructure ecosystem. Governments must take an active role in promoting inclusive, ethic, and responsible internet practices through collective action, particularly by fostering multi-stakeholder collaboration, implementing clear regulations and or governance actions, and ensuring always security and inclusivity. So national governments in partnership with international governmental organizations and other stakeholders need to drive efforts toward consistent regulations that foster collaboration and minimize fragmentation, one of the major barriers to internet governance, of course.
Great. Okay, thank you. So, Lawrence, one of the things that Anna brought up is the use of governments to help focus on underserved or underdeveloped areas. Kind of what can governments and the private sector do to address the problems that you brought up about outdated infrastructure, about the expense of purchasing software?
Thank you. So I believe that a collaborative effort between government and some organized private sector promoters can ensure that the required piece types of equipment or rather set a standard for certain equipments that should be at the core of each network if you were to provide some particular service. Now, we understand that the major barrier for this is the cost. And we have different funds across African countries. Nigeria, for instance, has the Universal Access Fund, USSPF, it's called. But these funds are not, and these are funds that should be deployed to these kinds of interventions. But this isn't so. Rather, they are used for other means, for other political means, so to say. And so we end up leaving private sector to fend for itself. Yes, they are doing it at a commercial level to be able to make some profit at the end of the day. But the fact still remains that to be able to do it right, certain government-backed interventions might be necessary. We have governments that go into bilateral agreements with other countries. They can as well decide to target OEM providers in those countries and float some kind of support wherein they can bring in this equipment, identify local partners to onboard and take up these equipments and pay when they become serviceable with some form of government guarantee. So there definitely has to be a lot more handshake between governments and the private sector to ensure that standards, minimum standards that can be set by government can also be met by the local operators. Where this is done, then it reduces to a large extent, it reduces to a large extent issues of abuse, backdoor criminality, and even where it happens, you have the right tools to be able to not only effectively monitor, but identify where the bad actors are, and you can go for them, either bringing down their service or shutting down off whatever it is that they use in perpetrating the crime that they do.
Thanks. So we've talked a lot about commercial and governmental, but Benny, we haven't talked about how the kind of I don't know, what would I classify the open source community as?
It is its own beast.
The redheaded stepchild of the software industry?
I mean, it depends, right? The people who are in open source really feel strongly about the ideals that open source holds and pushes forward. When honestly, every single thing that any of you touch has some amount of open source software involved in it, or it relies on it. There's an application called NTP that we all are absolutely every day relying on, and it is not most commonly known, but it keeps time synced between devices. And you would be surprised how critical that is, but it is not engaged in as often as it should be by any of us. It's not thought of as often as it should be. When we are coming together to try to set up regulations of any kind or expectations or guidelines or anything like that, there's such a huge audience that needs to be considered, whether or not they know that IGF exists. They need to be considered in the decisions that are made at the government level. Educating government officials on technology as a whole is a huge challenge. And so if you get to the point where which is also a challenge in its own, if you get to a point where a government says, okay, we want to engage in regulations here, making sure that they are educated enough to make intelligent decisions about the regulations is so critical, because it's not, I mean, we've seen it even recently where open source software isn't understood strongly, and then there's regulation made about it, and it has the potential to shut down applications and open source communities that we all rely on. It's a very difficult position to be in with regard to we want our regulators and our people who are setting up or even advising the people who make regulations to be experts in all of these things, and that's really hard. But you do have to bring in experts to make sure that all of the voices are heard.
So you're talking a little bit about coordination. Yulia, I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about how that coordination looks to you and the IIF, particularly since Anna was talking about the need for governments to talk to the private sector, to talk to whatever the open source community is.
Exactly. Yeah, very right. Talking and communicating and understanding each other is very important, and was rightly noted before that, of course, there is this tension between self-regulation and regulation. But I think that if the right incentives exist, then self-regulation could be much better because the industry know what they're able to do. So it can be more effective and better focused than the government approach, because as other speakers have already said, governments have to understand what they're regulating, how it functions, so they need to be educated. So it's a longer process and it's not as targeted. So at the IIF, the first step is to bring the industry across the stack, to be able to talk to each other and understand who is able to do what. And then it is easier to also talk or involve different relevant stakeholders and also have this dialogue with regulators and governments, but also to help each other to understand what are the requirements, or what are the challenges, and how those can be overcome in different jurisdictions. Because internet is global, as it was rightly noted, but we see increasingly a lot of fragmentation and a lot of regulation that is within the borders of a country, and it's not really compatible.
Okay, yeah. So, Jacqueline, would you talk a little bit about this? It's kind of to wrap this up, about this incompatibility. How at LeaseWeb do you deal with incompatible regulations in the different jurisdictions that you work?
Yeah. So, well, first of all, of course, as a company, and typically it was different in the telecom and datacom sector. I think we are, from an internet perspective and technical focus, as entrepreneurs, we were less focused on regulations in the beginning. I mean, we did everything, I think, already starting like 20, 30 years ago. Anti-abuse. So yes, there was like a focus on anti-abuse, and even the founders for LeaseWeb, they were the first to have this private public sector approach, even when before the word was really sort of emerging. And because they just didn't like it, they wanted to combat like CSAM and everything that was just emerging on the internet. So that was then. And now gradually, of course, in addition to private public initiatives and self-regulation, we had that for many, many years. We got regulations, and it's a challenge indeed, because what I'm talking about, typically unmanaged hosting, infrastructure, the lowest compute power type of service we deliver, and for that purpose we are selected. Yeah, it's difficult. It's actually mere conduit. It's the not having the key, it's the building, but without the capacity to regulate what's inside it. Yeah, so that's a challenge, but also an opportunity to keep explaining and clarifying to governments how to do that. And like I was saying, as a private company, you just need to work together. And so we are happy to work with you and also with the forum. And therefore we are also united in the Dutch Cloud Coalition and the community, but also in Brussels with CISPI. I'm the president of CISPI, and we are very active there to be the spokespersons for our sector, to explain about the Digital Services Act or the Data Act, well, now for abuse, typically the Digital Services Act, and the terrorist content online. These are all directives and regulation that want to just clean our networks and address this topic. So we have made videos. We try to do everything that is possible to explain how we effectively explain this and that regulation meets its purpose really. Because I think the goal is very clear and we embrace the same goal, but the way towards resolving it is not always that effective. That's true, and creates a problem for us.
Great. Okay. So we're out of time here. I'd like to thank all of my panelists, both here and online, and if you would join me in giving them a round of applause.
Workshop 2. 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 Workshop 2.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much. My name is Silitsa Tsilokwa from Lesotho. I'm the system librarian at the National University of Lesotho. Thank you for coming, and we are going to have some speakers online and in person. As you can see, we have the Minister of ICT, Honorable Ntati, and we have the Honorable Lehotsa Mathete as our moderator, as the speaker on site, and we are going to have Dr. Tahleho Tseule, who is going to be online, and we are going to have PS, Principal Secretary, Mr. Kanono Ramashamuli. Basically, our session today is on advancing Lesotho's digital transformation through policies and practices. So what we are going to do here is just to share what the progress that we have done as a country and the challenges, the opportunities, and also we want to collaborate with you in terms of the digitization and how to upgrade our understanding in the digital platforms. And also we just want to introduce you to Lesotho's national digital priorities and present the country's policy direction through the digital transformation strategy, and with the recent initiatives that were done under the Lesotho ICT Ministry, and showcase the implementation example that we have done. Also encourage dialogue across sectors to bring together the government, academia, and development partners and civil society to reflect on the progress. We also want to explore institutional roles in digital ecosystems, and also wants to align with the global agenda like the WISIS, and also how we can work together as the IGF also. Thank you so much. Let me welcome Honorable Ntati Morosi, the Minister of Information, Communication, Science and Technology and Innovation, to give us the keynote address. Thank you.
Thank you, Ndate Letsatsi, the moderator for this session. It is a great honor for me to be welcoming you all to the Lesotho session of the Internet Governance of 2025. We invited you here today to share our Lesotho digital transformation journey so that you can help us reflect on it, share experiences and best practices, and form partnerships that can help us create a meaningful and lasting impact for our people, Basotho as they are known. Our mission is clear. We want to build a connected, secure, inclusive and resilient Lesotho by 2030. Towards this mission, our National Digital Transformation Strategy is the compass towards closing the digital divide, fostering innovation, and creating a society where every citizen can fully participate in the digital age. Ultimately, the Kingdom of Lesotho will see the increased economic growth, improved public services, and enhanced social inclusion. Urgent areas for digital transformation are payments, digital identity, connecting all government offices, including those in the rural and remote areas, as well as health centers and schools. The government of Lesotho started with digital payments of the social grants recently. To date, 60% of the elderly receive their monthly payments through the mobile money platforms. The aim is to transition all social assistance payments from cash to digital platforms as soon as possible for the convenience of the recipients. Our elderly, the orphans, people with disabilities, and indeed everyone, should not have to travel long distances to receive social grants or pensions. In addition to the inconvenience, the administrative costs associated with cash payments are significant. In 2024, the Ministry of Social Development reported that the monthly expenses for managing social grants exceeded the total amount disbursed in grants. This underscores the need for digital payment channels, which are more efficient, cost-effective, and indeed secure. In the education sector, we aim to ensure that all our schools are meaningfully connected by 2030. However, achieving the connectivity goal requires access to electricity. We must urgently address the electricity access gap to ensure that the remaining schools are all connected. The situation is similar for health sector, where we also aim to connect all of them across the country by 2030 still. While this is an ambitious goal for the government, we believe it is achievable through the right partnership and collaboration. Universal access is our foundation. With a goal of achieving 100% broadband coverage and at least 75% electricity access, we are expanding the infrastructure to reach even the most remote areas. Initiatives such as smart villages and improved off-grid solutions should help us achieve our goals. Lesotho licensed the first satellite service provider recently, Starlink, and with that, we hope to address connectivity challenges that are compounded by the fact that Lesotho is a mountainous country and therefore difficult to achieve 100% coverage through the traditional base transceiver stations systems. We believe that for locations that are remote and challenging, the satellite will provide the much needed coverage, thereby leaving no area in the country behind. While access is critical, it is not enough. We are working to secure digital rights through legislation on cybersecurity and data protection and electronic transactions. The Cybersecurity Bill is currently being redrafted following the feedback we received from several stakeholders and the relevant parliamentary portfolio committee. We are also developing a national cybersecurity strategy to create a safe and trusted digital environment for all Basotho Nation. Digital literacy is key for inclusion. Today, just 30% of our people have basic ICT skills. We are changing that by investing in digital education, teacher training, and industry partnerships, ensuring all learners, especially women, youth, and underserved populations are equipped to thrive. We are equally focusing on fostering e-commerce. Our top priority is creating an environment where young people can seize the opportunities offered by the digital economy, equipping them with the tools and resources to succeed. Basotho youth can tap into diverse remote work opportunities across freelancing, digital marketing, online tutoring, and other e-commerce activities, IT, customer support, creative industries, provided they have access to reliable internet, digital devices, relevant training, affordable data, and fostering their ability to engage with global markets and drive economic empowerment. The missing link currently is to map all the addresses digitally to ensure that all citizens are found on the digital map. And that is one of the key requirements for digital identity and key enabler for e-commerce. It is important for me to mention that we recognize that transformation cannot happen in isolation. Hence the hosting of this session today, which is a reflection of our whole of society approach, government, private sector, civil society, and all of you, global partners, working together with us. To those of you here today with us, we extend a hand of collaboration. Help us turn this strategy into impact. We seek partnerships to build the infrastructure that will close the digital divide and unlock opportunities for every Mosotho, from mountainous villages to the capital classrooms and marketplaces. With your expertise, your investment, your shared commitment, we can strengthen connectivity, bolster cybersecurity, foster skills, and grow an innovation ecosystem that benefits all. Let us walk forward together towards a digitally empowered Lesotho where no one is left behind. Thank you very much. Ke a leboha.
Thank you so much, Minister Ntati, and we thank you so much for the well-resourced presentation and keynote address. And now we are going to Mr. Kanono Ramashamole, who is going to give us the Lesotho digital policies and the initiatives. Specifically, he's going to focus on the ICT policies that we are on and what we want to achieve in the future. So, Mr. Kanono, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ndati Nfoa. Let me start by recognizing the presence of the honorable ministers and the distinguished guests that have joined this session. From the ministers, let me start by just making a few comments on the minister's remarks. She talked about the need to drive digital public infrastructure as our approach towards digital transformation. She also mentioned the issue of e-commerce. We all know that Lesotho has a big challenge with youth unemployment, and we believe digital transformation will provide some solutions to these challenges. You asked me to elaborate on the policies that we are putting in place, but let me just start with our digital transformation strategy. Our digital transformation strategy is anchored on 5 pillars. The first pillar being the enabling environment, where we define the policies and the legislations and the regulations that are required to drive digital transformation. The second one is the digital government. Digital government, this is where we have actually taken the decision to drive it through DPI approach. I just walked out of another session on DPI, where we're actually discussing where we are as a country and the challenges we are facing. The minister is right to say we are looking for partners to assist us walk this journey. The other pillar, the third one, is the digital infrastructure. Yeah, the minister mentioned that we recently licensed the satellite service provider to improve our connectivity in the country. We are proud to say we now have 100% broadband coverage in Lesotho, but there are still challenges regarding affordability and also access to devices. The fourth one is digital population. Now, this is where we are saying, in order to make sure that we drive inclusion, we have to make sure that people are adequately skilled at all levels, from the basic level to advanced level in digital skills. The last one is the digital population, rather digital business. This is now where we think we have the potential to actually change the lives of our people through digital. And we may know that the African Union sometime back endorsed what is now a mature framework for free trade in Africa, which is Africa Continental Free Trade Area. I think 2 years ago, the heads of state endorsed the protocol on digital trade. We view as Lesotho that the implementation of this protocol lies solely on implementation of DPI. We believe DPI can implement the digital protocol at scale and securely using DPIs. I'll now go straight to my second slide after just giving this brief introduction, just to share what we have done so far and what we hope to achieve in the next 3 to 4 years. Let me try to move to the next slide.
Mr. Kanono, are you okay? Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Here it is. Okay. So far, we have been fortunate that the cabinet has approved the National Digital Transformation Strategy. We are also organizing the way we do ICT in the country, and in particular within the government, We have completed the ICT governance framework. We have also signed the DPI pilot with MOSIP. We are at the very early stages. Just a few weeks ago, we approved it, the technical solution. We'll be moving to the second phase of validating data and setting up the hardware for sandboxes required. We are also on the verge of signing the MOU that was approved by the cabinet with our counter ministry in India, the Minister of Electronics and ICT. We have also developed and validated a couple of policies, artificial intelligence policy, data management policy, and the broadband and infrastructure sharing policy. 2 weeks ago, we also conducted a DPI awareness workshop. So these are the things we have done so far. We are currently working on a number of initiatives that will help us accelerate our digital transformation. The first one, we will be upgrading the government data network very soon. I'm expecting the contract to be concluded early next week. We have also started using our data center that had remained dormant for many years. We currently have 2 services running in the data center. Like I mentioned, the MOSIP pilot is in progress. We are also working on the digital literacy programs through our Universal Service Fund, where we are giving digital skills to the teachers, and we hope the teachers will teach the children will teach their parents. We are also completing the contract for a consultant to help us with the enterprise architecture and interoperability framework. Because in order to implement e-commerce, not only in Lesotho, but across the border, we need data exchange platform and framework that are robust. We hope in the third quarter of this year will expand connectivity to the councils and the DA's office, because remember I said we still have that challenge of accessibility of connectivity, even though we have 100%. So the councils and the schools will be our platform for people who don't have devices to be able to access internet and ultimately the government services. We are also working on the government e-services platform, where we'll now start building services. We are also working with the Ministry of Education on Giga project. It is moving ahead as planned. We'll be doing the Giga mapping and financing model. This will also be complemented by our efforts through the Universal Service Fund. We hope that by the end of the financial year, we will have the cybersecurity bills approved by the Parliament. Then we'll be able to move to the development of our national cyber security strategy. We are also working with the Ministry of Home Affairs to review the current Protection of Personal Data Act. We are also working with African Union and the GIZ to ensure that we have a very solid data governance policy. We have a number of initiatives that we want to start as early as possible. If you can see on my slide there, we have the development of government digital blueprints. We are fortunate that this initiative has actually moved up because with the help of European Union, we'll be able to start working on this initiative, I think in 6 weeks, with the government of Estonia. The EU is making arrangements for our team to have the workshop in Estonia in 6 weeks. We are also on the infrastructure working on the expansion of our fiber infrastructure, as the minister said. We also plan to accelerate the connectivity to the health clinics and other government offices. If you can see on the slide here towards the end, especially if you can look for DPI for cross-border. We are talking with the countries in the region, in the SADC region, preferably we'll start with South Africa to start testing cross-border ID verification and data exchange. We believe this initiative will enable the two governments to implement some of the decisions that were made during the BNC earlier this year. The minister mentioned the national addressing system. We are also moving this one up, not in the 2026. We'll probably start working on it towards the end of this year or early next year. The office of the CDO and the implementing of the digital agency, we are also concluding the contract with the consultant, because this is the agency that will now be focused on the digital transformation. At the moment, we are doing all these efforts within the ministry, which is a bit difficult for us, because as the ministry we deal with a lot of issues. So we think this agency that is focused on digital transformation will move at a faster pace than what we are currently doing. And then we'll be also looking at other satellite application. We have the MOUs with other countries that we want to pursue in terms of satellite applications. As you can see, there's a lot in our plate. As the minister said, we need a lot of partners to walk this journey with us. Thank you, Ndateloho.
Thank you so much, Ndate PS. And this is really exciting to see that the government of Lesotho is doing well, and we are hoping to work with other countries and with other partners. And as the IGF said, our theme is on multi-stakeholder engagement. That says we are trying to find a way to work together as the country, because we can't work together, and once we are working in silos, we are not going to achieve more. But when we are working together, we are going to achieve more. But as the minister and the PS said, most of the time they were focusing on digitization in the communities, the ministerial offices also. But now we are going to focus on the digitization of the parliament. As Lesotho, we want our parliamentarian to be digitalized and be skilled in digitization. So, Mr. Lekgotsa Mafete, Honorable Lekgotsa Mafete, may you come and share about the progress on the digital transformation of the Parliament of Lesotho. Thank you.
Thank you to you, Mr. Letsatsi, and hi everybody who's available. My Honourable Minister, thank you for letting me be a part of this panel today. As it has been said, my name is Honourable Lekgotsa Mafete, Member of Parliament from Lesotho, and a member of a committee called Prime Minister's Ministries in the National Assembly, and a member of APNIC. So today, through you, Mr. Moderator, by the way, I think everybody should take note that Lesotho right now, we're busy trying to engage as much youth as possible to ensure that what we have currently in policies and what we try to create, we bridge such boundaries where we now start engaging with youth as opposed to giving youth. So now youth are quite a lot part of this. So to the ministry, big ups to you for such an engagement. My first topic right now is on digital parliament processes. The objectives, it is to digitize Lesotho's National Assembly, to make it paperless by placing on papers bills put forth by members of the National Assembly through committees, bills brought from government ministries, private members' bills, and those by public participation, and to give the public access to the same bills digitally. There's abilities and possibilities to the digitization of Parliament, which quite notably currently it is to provide access to MPs to participate either in the physical form in the National Assembly or with any mobile suitable device from anywhere in the world. The Ministry of Communications has also committed to initiate a live streaming link for Parliament proceedings to be made available through its sessions through a dedicated web page and other social media tools like YouTube, Facebook, and others that might be. Recording and archiving sessions through a digital library. To provide a voting button to use remotely by MPs from any location. And to develop a leg register for MPs for parliamentary sessions attendance in-house. And by the way, today's session is a true testament of the digital transformation that the Ministry of Communications has taken, that we are being broadcast today live in our country where there's no journalist around, but rather through a coordination of the national broadcasting entity, including the IGF Secretariat, the UN, and the government of Norway. So it's, for us, it's actually quite a pleasure to say we've done a part that is noticeable today for all to see. On second note, it's the Parliament legal frameworks. As the Minister of Communications had highlighted in one of her sessions the other day, and the PS has just noted that there's a policy in place, an AI policy in place, which now it would be ideal for the ministry to bring it to Parliament so that we can discuss and bring about a bill to it. Then in itself, it would open up a door for tech enthusiasts to start the exploration of building AI-supported technology without any form of doubt. Now, there's one challenge that we really need to go through, because now when we're talking about digitization, we're talking about AI, we're talking about control measures that are supposed to be put in place, more especially because now it's now in a different landscape altogether. So which is our cybersecurity bill and computer crimes bill. Through multi-stakeholder engagements from both the media fraternities, human rights groups, civil society, and government ministries, our committee, the Prime Minister's Ministry Committees, has realized that we need to unbound both bills and let each bill have its own policies and merits on its own side, so that we can define with ease each own merits for public consumptions without the other overshadowing the other. That will still be an initiative that the ministry and all the other stakeholders, I believe that they're still busy or preparing to engage so that we can get at least 1 bill in the House to go through in this financial year. And in conclusion, to my fellow MPs present in Norway for the IGF, my fellow Basotho countrymen, Africans at large, and the other citizens from across the globe as a whole, it is quite essentially important for us to realize that human intervention and AI, I believe, should coexist for generations to come, since neither can operate without the other. It will not be an ideal situation where interoperability is left out of the equation by both machine and man, as might be a perception for many. And to you, Celine, and the UN Secretariat at large, we always see you smile. Thank you for such an opportunity of putting us on such a big stage whereby we're able to put out what Lesotho has achieved through your help, UN, and every other entities that has been there and a friend to our country. And to the Norwegian government, I'd like to thank you for the hospitality and the ever-shining bright skies that shine even at night. We thank you for being here.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mathete, and indeed, this is a good platform for you as a parliamentarian to show the importance of being a parliamentarian. And you just removed the perception about the being a parliamentarian, and we can see that you are a well-resourced parliamentarian who we think who. We trust you that you will drive the Parliament of Lesotho to the better future. Thank you so much. And now we are going to move to the roadmap, where we want to go. Menta saying she's a Minister of ICT advisor, and she is one of our resource in the country in terms of the digitization. She is going to share about the digital transformation strategy, where we want to go, the Agenda 2030, and we know that the IGF itself, it is focusing on the SDGs and what we want to achieve in the next 5 years. We have just moved from the last 20 years, but now we want to say in the next 5 years, where are we going? Menta saying, thank you. Don't touch. You can speak.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry. My name is Nthabise Mpule, as explained, and I'm going to just run through what the United Nations system in Lesotho is assisting the ministry's journey on the digital transformation. I am specifically sitting within UNDP, so I will focus mostly on what UNDP is doing. What is currently engaging the ministry's team mostly is the development of digital skills, the assessment of the youth, the women, and people living under vulnerable conditions. The study that we concluded found that most women are not digitally skilled compared to men. So we have a gender digital skills gap that must be addressed. To do that, the UNDP and the government are partnering to set up training centers in villages. We have identified 40 villages where we can pilot this approach, where we place one digital champion in a village of those 40 villages, and they will every single day get to work to impart skills to the community, focusing in the populations of interest, which is women, youth, and people with disabilities. We have also noticed that we are doing work that we have not baselined. Instead of being pedantic and try to start with the baseline, we started with the work. Then we will refine and do a digital readiness assessment in the coming months, because the low capacity that we are operating under demands that we be pragmatic. We may not always do things by the book, but work has to be done, and that is what we are doing. We had the Principal Secretary talk about the challenges with access to electricity. UNDP and other partners are working on addressing the issue of electricity. 10 mini-grids have been built in 5 districts to serve 10,000 households. That has been accomplished, but that just puts a dent in the access a gap that we have in Lesotho as far as electricity. Currently, efforts are underway to scale up the access to electricity with also partners from the EU and other agencies. But the aim is to still have the 75% of the population at least connected to the electricity by 2030. In conversations with the Ministry of Energy, we have agreed that 75% may be not ambitious enough, and we have tentatively agreed with them that while 75% will not be removed from the books, the target will be 100% on our minds. Now, where the most challenge lies is with the skills, the technical skills of people who have to implement these projects need boosting. Also, this needs financing. When I was talking about the training of youth and women in the villages, the reason we are starting with 40 sites instead of the entire country is because that project has to be funded, and the current funding confines us to that number of 40 instead of the entire population. But if we are talking about an entire population where 14% have what we call moderate skills, and the majority have very low skills, you can understand the magnitude of the problem. But we are not deterred. We are working on this. It's our mission every single day to make it better for Basotho. So I will just conclude by emphasizing the areas where support is needed. The technical infrastructure needs to be improved. We're talking here about access to devices. We're talking about data centers. We're talking about the networks themselves. We are also talking about, as I have indicated, having a digitally proficient workforce. Within government, if we are transforming, it means every government or every public servant has to be sufficiently proficient in using digital channels to do their work, to deliver services, or to access government services themselves. We are also talking about the readiness of the entire population. If government is going to be delivering services online, it means the entire population must be ready to receive those services through those channels. So the call to action here is for those willing and with the means to partner with us in delivering the digital vision of Lesotho. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mentor Singh, and we really appreciate about the progress that is done by the country and the vision for the country in terms of digitization. And we hope that the government of Lesotho will work together with other organizations, other countries, because sometimes you also need to benchmark on what other countries are doing and also to learn from other countries. So now, and I think we are going to come to the end of our discussion, but now we are going to allow questions and comments from the floor. Okay, thanks so much. Yeah.
I hope you can hear me.
Yeah.
Sorry, good afternoon to everybody. My name is Abdul Karim. I'm a professor of wireless telecommunications from University of Ilorin in Nigeria. Let me start by, first of all, commending the panelists, from the Honorable Minister to everybody that spoke on those wonderful presentation. I have about 2 questions. The first one is, we need to benchmark in what we're doing, and we need to understand some of the things you guys are doing well so that some of us from other parts of Africa can actually emulate. I know Lesotho is a landlocked country, and when you were talking about telecom infrastructure, you never said anything about challenges in terms of access to telecoms, bringing in telecommunication services in a landlocked country, especially when it comes to like fiber, or how do you get connections to the Atlantic cable? That's number one. Then number 2 is on the Giga project. I know the Giga project is one of the ITU initiatives. Can you share with us the successes of the Giga project? Because a lot of African countries want to actually key into the Giga project, but we also want to learn from those that are already into the Giga project, that how is this Giga project been improving the life of ordinary people or people of Africa? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for those questions. Okay. You can, okay.
Okay. I'll just start with the question on the connectivity. How do we get connectivity when we are landlocked? Thank you for that question. Lesotho is a shareholder in the Wayok submarine cable. When the cable came on, for a few years, even though we're a shareholder, we didn't have the service landing in the country because we are landlocked, and some agreements had to be established with service providers in South Africa to enable us to eventually have the service in Lesotho. Now, through bilateral agreements, as indicated, we are able to get transit through South Africa to wherever we need to get to. But for us, satellite is still an important option so that whenever there's a problem with the terrestrial cables, we can still have connectivity to the rest of the world. For that to happen smoothly, we have set up an internet exchange point within the country to ensure that at least local traffic can stay local even if we have problems. So among what we consider critical internet infrastructure in Lesotho is the exchange point. For that specific reason, we are landlocked, and if ever we lose connectivity on the terrestrial links through the other country, it is not up to us to speed up any kind of faults on the other side of the border, but we depend on our neighbors to do that. And at least we should be able to communicate locally, even if not internationally, but satellite now comes to the rescue. That's as far as the question of connectivity goes. It hasn't been easy, it remains difficult, but it's doable with collaborations with the neighbors. Thank you.
The project of
I will attempt to answer the question on the Giga project, and to just say that through the support of UNICEF, we are only starting to implement the Giga project. If you look at the map of the schools that are connected through the Giga project, there are very few because we are just at the beginning. But over and above the Giga project, we also have Universal Service Fund, which is also connecting schools. We started with 20 schools last year. We are going to be rolling out 20 schools every 6 months or every year, depending on the budget that is available. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Mayor Ntati and Mayor Ntabiseng. Celine?
Thank you very much. So my name is Celine Bal from the IGF Secretariat. It's an honor, Honorable Morosi, to have you part of this panel, and also for the second time of the IGF, and also through the rest of the panel, and also to Mr. Ramashamule, who is online. So thank you so much for also providing an overview of the different strategies, let it be from the ministry and also from the Parliament and the UNDP collaboration. So it's perhaps more a comment than a question, but I really wanted to let you know that the IGF Secretariat has a vast pool of network. And because you're doing this call for partnerships, I really want you to know that you can reach out to us depending on the kind of support that is required, and we can also connect you with the different stakeholders that are also part of our forum since quite some years, and are really interested and willing to work together with the different ministries. And also perhaps interesting for you, because you're mentioning the DPI, there is a colleague here who will be organizing later this afternoon from 4:15 to 17, so to 5 p.m., a session on DPI mapping stakeholders. So perhaps this could be also a very interesting initiative to get to know some other DPI related. Exactly. So this is basically just my comment. And one last question also perhaps to Honorable Mafete. You've mentioned the initiatives that are going on in the parliament, and to what extent are you actually collaborating also with other members of parliaments and parliaments around the region to see what are good practices, what can you take on from others, what are practices that did not work so well? So to what extent are you actually collaborating across borders? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Celine, and thank you for the comments and the suggestion. And Mr. Mafete, just 30 seconds.
Thank you, Celine, for the question put forth on the collaboration with other members of parliament and what we're achieving. I think in my case, speaking for myself quite right now, is that through APNIG, through the Internet School of Governance, School of Internet Governance, and through the IGF, we've been able to learn quite a lot, and to it mostly in policy formulations, where we're now able to get ministries in-house, and we're able to actually give them what the world is doing, so that the government ministries can push further afield as compared to where they were in the past. So I think in my case is better communication, better implementation. As I said, we're seeing changes today as opposed to last year when we're sitting on such a platform. We weren't able to give out as much information as we're able to. But now, through such initiatives, we've learned a lot. We've been able to actually give out a lot to fellow government employees who have not had an opportunity to come here.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mafete. Thank you so much. Yes, Togo.
Good afternoon. My name is Tokomia. I'm from South Africa. And I serve on South Africa's Internet Governance Forum as well, Multi-Stakeholder Committee. For me, I'm also a representative of the civil society. We have a skills institution, technology skills institution in South Africa that's predominantly working with women and girls from rural and underserved, underconnected areas, so your townships and your Cape Flats areas like this. So from my perspective, I really curious because I know, Honorable, you mentioned the project you have with the ambassadors in rural areas and the skills and the teaching. I was hoping that you can highlight some more frameworks that you're using and that one in being able to bridge the connectivity gap, number one, especially where youth are concerned, in providing them affordable access, affordable connectivity, and then also, again, in terms of the skills, and also whether you are able or open to collaboration around these particular activities and engagements. How can we as SDPs and SA connect with you?
Thanks so much, Togo. And
Okay, I think Togo, you are already raising up your hand to collaborate with us in upskilling our women, who Mayor Tabising said eloquently that the biggest gap is with women, gender disparity that we need to close. And just to say that we would like to learn more from you on the skills institution for women. It's something that we can easily emulate. South Africa is our neighbor. We can learn from you easily. We would like to share more on that. The other questions, I think Mayor Tabising you want to maybe talk to. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll talk to the question of connectivity, affordability of connectivity for youth. Youth is a large spectrum. Some of them are still in school, some are out of school. The ones still in school get discounted vouchers from the mobile network operators for mobile internet access. These agreements are done between the Ministry of Education and the service providers. What happens is every student, when they go to buy their data, there's some identification that they use to, so that it can be known that they are that category, and they can get discounted airtime data. But for the rest of the youth, we are still scratching our heads to say, how do we make sure that other youth, the youth out of school, have equal access to digital connectivity? And it's not just about the data, it's also about the devices. Youth need the devices. I'll give an example. Last year when we were having the local IGF organized, we had some demonstrating, and through conversations with them, how they managed to develop the system, and you look at their laptop, you see that it has arrived at its end of life. And you wish they could get another one, and you're like, when are you getting a new laptop? This one is no longer fit. And they say, even this one is borrowed. I definitely, to be productive, I need a new laptop, but how I get it, I do not know. So those are the kind of questions that we are grappling with. How do we ensure that youth who would otherwise be productive have access to devices? We can negotiate airtime for them, but how do they get the devices? It's a big question for us, because in our last study, 2023 household study assessing access to devices, less than 5% of the population have access to a laptop.
Okay.
And that includes youth. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much, Mayor Ntavi saying she can speak the whole day, and I think you can catch her after the session. Okay. First of all, we need to thank the IGF Secretariat, everyone who is in here. You're all champions, and we are ready to work with you as the country, Lesotho. Because Lesotho, we are saying Senyamo, and that says we want you to come together as a country to say, let's come together and work together. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you so much.
Hello and welcome everybody, both here and online. We'll start by getting some very nice words from by Ole Henrik Bjørkun Lifjell, who is member of the Governing Council of the Sami Parliament. Please.
Burbieja, Bures. Dear participants, I have the honor of opening and welcoming the people present here and the online participant to this panel discussion. The panel discussion that will highlight the importance of the subject of indigenous languages, technology and AI. To start with, let me express thanks to UNESCO and IDIL for putting these subjects on the agenda and promote visibility of the International Decade of Indigenous Languages. Indigenous and minority communities face barriers as there is limited digital infrastructure and digital tools supporting use of our languages. Large tech companies may not see indigenous languages as profitable markets, and most online content is dominated by a handful of global languages. Many indigenous communities have oral traditions as cultural preservations. And lack of written language is making digitization complex and sometimes inappropriate without community consent. To overcome these barriers, we need to follow up with some following actions. We need to reduce language loss and revitalize indigenous languages. And the technological development for indigenous languages needs to ensure the importance of digital inclusion of indigenous languages also in digital platforms and AI. To promote policy is also something we need to do. Policy that use human rights principles and take accountability by use of national laws which will regulate and secure that indigenous communities have control and management of linguistic data collection that will benefit our own communities. AI-generated data innovations needs to be used in a non-discriminative way and respect indigenous cultures as well. We need to initiate for further collaborations and foster dialogues with big tech companies developers to include digital tools and language technologies for indigenous communities and speakers of indigenous languages. We need to remind each other that no language is too small to matter. And by elevating the challenges faced by indigenous and minority language communities, the communities are helping to pave a path toward a more equitable digital future for everyone. This panel debate is now opened, and I will encourage participants to establish connections to further exchange on the ongoing subjects raised under this Internet Governance Forum in the framework of the decade. So Gaito, Mu Ovtste, Olugaito, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. My name is Sjur Nørstebø Moshagen, and I'm going to head this panel debate. In my daily life, I'm heading the Sami language technology work at the University of Tromsø. But today we're going to discuss barriers to indigenous language technology and AI uptake. And to help me with this, I have online David Castillo-Parra as a co-moderator for the online participants. He's an international consultant specializing in the promotion of multilingualism and currently serves as a member of the Secretariat for the International Decade of Indigenous Languages at UNESCO. He supports initiatives related to UNESCO's recommendation on multilingualism in cyberspace with a strong focus on fostering linguistic diversity in digital space. And David, maybe you would like to say a few words to present yourself.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Am I audible? I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you very much. Hello. Good afternoon and greetings from Paris. Thank you, Jude, for the presentation. I am here from the Secretariat of the International Decade of Indigenous Languages at UNESCO. I'll be your online moderator today, so feel free to share your questions in the chat for those joining remotely, and I'll pass them to our panelists during the question and answer session. So thank you very much. I would like to pass the floor again to Jude to introduce our panelists. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. So yes, the panelists of today, on site we have Laisha Lobongo, who is a professor in health technology at the Department of Computer Science at the University of Tromsø, as well as an adjunct professor at the Sami University College, heading the Sami AI lab there. Online we have Outi Laiti from the National Audiovisual Institute of Finland. Outi is a computer game researcher, designer, and media education specialist, blending Sami culture with tech and education. Then again on site we have Valts Enstraits, who is a Livonian language activist developing digital tools for endangered languages, and he's working hard to shape the global digital inclusion policies. Then the last one on site is Aili Keskitalo, who is former Sami Parliament President and indigenous rights advocate, now focusing on climate and just transition in Sápmi, working for Amnesty International in Norway. And finally, online, we have Kevin Chan, who is working at Meta on global digital policy to empower indigenous languages online. So that's our panelists for today. And before they are giving the word, I will say a few words on the topic of today. A starting point for this could be the global roadmap for multilingualism in the digital era that UNESCO is working on right now. They have a draft, and I'll quote a few sentences from the introduction. And remember, this is only a draft, but I think it's quite well formulated and goes to the heart of the topic of today. The global roadmap for multilingualism in the digital era provides a strategic framework for advancing language technologies, promoting linguistic diversity and multilingualism, and ensuring that all language users from all language communities can thrive in the digital age. Recognizing that language rights are integral to human rights, the roadmap aims to empower every individual to use and preserve the language in digital spaces. And the question today is, how is that? What's the actual status? What are the problems? What are the obstacles to actually do what they try to do in that part? And I will say a very few words on this. I've been working on language technology for the Sami languages for the last 20 years, and what we have seen is that the conditions for third-party languages, language technology, is very different from the first-party languages. So tools by Apple and Microsoft are treated very differently from tools by everyone else. So there are serious problems and for these tools, and often they are completely blocked. So independent localization, for example, is also not possible, or it might not be accessible, or if it's possible or accessible, it's not distributable. There are no platforms for providing translations to a piece of software without asking and getting permission from the original developer. And AI for indigenous languages and minority languages, that's a quite open question. It's open for probably many languages at the moment, but what you have seen so far is that bad output is dominating for these languages. partly due to lack of data, but also partly because of lack of community involvement and lack of quality assurance and testing and evaluation. And major question in this discussion is how can one add one's own language to models from big technology? How can Sami or any indigenous language be added to the models from OpenAI, from Apple, from Microsoft, whoever? So, what we can say is that, as I said, we have been doing this for 20 years. We know that we know the technology, we know we can make it work on the technological level. What we cannot always do is deliver the tools in the apps and the systems and the context where users want to use them. That's the major problem. There are some examples here that we have experienced. I'm not going to spend much more time on that, but just one short one is spellers or proofing tools in online office applications. We have no possibility to install these tools using so that they behave as people expect them to. So the conclusion is that language technology for indigenous languages is often not possible, even though the technology is there and we know the technology. That's not the issue. Platform owners make life hard for most of the world's languages, but probably mostly without realizing it. I don't think that it's bad or bad intent behind it. It's just ignorance or negligence. So we need a new approach to how human languages are included and how they are approached in a digital world, and that's what we are going to discuss today. Then next up is Lars Ailo Bongo, please.
Maybe I can sit there?
Yep.
Thank you, and thank you for inviting me to give this talk. So I'm going to talk about future issues that may sort of hinder the use of indigenous language and indigenous AI. So AI, it has a great potential to bridge maybe the most important equity gap that sort of indigenous people are exposed to, which is the lack of experts in fields like medicine or education that has the language and cultural knowledge needed to sort of understand and provide equitable services. So for instance, in psychology, there are very few tests that are normed on indigenous minority languages, so the tests basically don't work well for indigenous people. So AI has the potential here to provide something where there is nothing there before. And also in education, AI has a great potential to provide adaptive learning, which is very important for minority language speakers because the level of language knowledge often has a greater variation than the majority languages. So there's a great potential for AI to sort of to bridge this equity gap. But then again, if indigenous peoples are excluded from using AI, then we are at the risk that this equity gap will just widen when the majority people start using AI for their health service and their educational services. It's very important that indigenous people are included in these new AI services. And luckily, this is regulated somewhat by law. So this is the quote from the EU Act, EU AI Act, which basically says that it's not allowed to discriminate minorities, such as indigenous people. So if there's an educational service or a health service provided, it should work as well for minority people as for the other people. However, there is one big challenge, which is that the indigenous people and other minorities are considered, data bottom is considered a special category, so this requires extra strong data protection, and this is, for instance, regulated by the GDPR law that says that it's not allowed even to collect this data unless you have a really good purpose. But also, the EU Act says that it is allowed to actually do this, to collect ethnical data, if the purpose is to prove that this AI works as well for indigenous people as for other minorities. And I just want to illustrate the dilemma that the indigenous people and also the AI providers are are facing. So let's say that we have, we want to do adaptive learning, which is maybe the application that is highest on the priority list of many indigenous people. So in order to do that, so AI can help, but to do that, you need to build this AI. And adaptive learning, one important component of that is cognitive tests, and this includes IQ tests. But if you want to do an IQ test that is equitable and works well for minority languages and cultures, you need to build that using the minority language and culture in mind. And that means you need to collect data from these minorities. And let's say that these are indigenous children, then you need to collect basically indigenous IQ tests from indigenous people. And this is, of course, very controversial because being an indigenous person myself, I know that we have historically been exposed for basically racist research where they sort of attempted to show that indigenous people are less intelligent. But I guess that if we want this to exploit all the opportunities that AI gives, including in the educational field, we must basically now start collecting this type of data. But luckily, we can do this in a much more ethical way than was done in the dark ages. So we can build some regulatory sandboxes that ensures that this data collection is done in an ethical and safe manner. And I think this is really important. We need to really start working on this in order to not leave the indigenous and other minority people and languages behind when the new AI tools are going to be used in important services as health and education. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lars. Next one out is Outi Laiti. So. Yeah. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Are my slides somewhere?
Is this one? Yours?
Probably we need to share them to Zoom.
They should be shared.
Yep.
Yeah.
I can see only myself.
Okay, on the screen shared in the stream here, it's both you and slide.
Okay.
Yes, I can see it on mine too.
Okay, now I can see. Thank you. I'm going to dive in, and thank you for having me as an indigenous woman. I come from the margins, and it's always a pleasure to be talking about computing. Programming has not been my passion. Games are, but since I was like 3 or 5 or something like that, I wrote my first line of code because I wanted to play games. Like Commodore 64 was a huge hit in 1980s. So when Finland introduced 10 years ago programming as a part of basic education, it was the starting point of doing programming research because we have Sami people living in North Finland and no one knew how to actually do this. The questions like how to teach programming in Sami languages, what are the cultural aspects of computing, they still exist after 10 years of educating children in basic education. And this change was huge. Like all teachers in all levels should teach programming, from crafts to gym teachers. They should all do it, and starting from grade 1. And I guess it has been 10 years, so we have like one generation of Sami basic education programmers ready, or maybe they're not. But anyway, can I get the next slide? And then the games. Nearly all the games I know that go under the digital Sami game umbrella, they are all for education, and in that language education especially. We call this the serious games. And then we have a lot of developing content in games. This can be like go under the same umbrella of Sami games when we are developing content in platforms like Second Life, Minecraft, and so on, which I call the indigenous metaverse. It's growing rapidly, and most of these platforms are private owned. Then we have semi-private platforms like, for example, in universities. York University has own indigenous metaverse in development, and Helsinki University did Serendip, which is not indigenous, but it has some indigenous content. I have done extended reality projects since 2018 and in Sami Game Jam. And yeah, the major issue is that you cannot actually use extended reality in language education because we don't have the tools to have discussions in virtual reality if we don't use like voice over IP or something like that. And it's easier to use non-human centered design in games for multiple reasons, but ethical questions are one. For example, representation. If I'm doing non-playable or playable Sami characters, what should I represent and what are they talking if they are talking and how they are talking? These are all ethical questions. And next slide, please. There has been some progress because Finland introduced this programming in basic education. For example, National Audiovisual Institute has published these guides for media education and programming in 3 Sami languages spoken in Finland. The picture is actually from a Skolt Sami programming guide, which is the coolest thing I have seen for a while. And we have huge Sami media archives that has been used to train like automatic speech recognition tools. But the problem is that we are missing the text equivalent that we could actually use. Like we should have archives combining both, like the textual version of speech and the actual speech. So this development is quite slow. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Waltz.
Okay.
Please.
So if you can pause. Okay, thank you, and thank you for inviting me to this panel, which is really crucial for the IGF as well. Okay, so let's kind of work. Just a couple of words about my background. So I represent originally Latvia's indigenous Livonian population. Next year we'll celebrate 35 years since official recognition in Latvia, and I've been active in promoting Livonian issues for past 30 years, but last 6 years I've been working at the University of Latvia Livonian Institute, which is specially established, and one of the key action areas that we work with is building digital resources and looking to approaches for extremely under-resourced and scattered data conditions, because the Livonian community is actually very small. We have less than 20 speakers in general, so we have to find the ways. And this is pretty logical that we have been also recently quite active in maybe more global initiatives, such as, and I wanted to present those instruments that currently exist supporting developments in the digital area for indigenous languages, which are, as you all know, International Decade of Indigenous Languages, and just last year there was ad hoc group, especially designated ad hoc group established on digital equality and domains, and where we sure are also participants. So there has been this year one very interesting initiative that went out, which is a global survey on indigenous languages. which is closing in a couple of next months, which provides both data or perception of what is the actual state of indigenous languages globally in the digital area, but also motivates those who participating to think about technologies and issues that they have on the path to the digital equality. So then in February in Paris, there a conference took place, Language Technology for All 2025, and from that conference grew out new, maybe the freshest UNESCO's initiative, which is Global Roadmap for the multilingualism in digital era. And this is the document that might define the future for languages, and especially for digital languages, because it envisions the future where equal opportunities entering digital domains is ensured for all languages. So currently, technology caters mostly those top 200 languages of the world, but the majority of the languages are somewhere in second row or in last row, as maybe some. So, and majority of those languages are indigenous languages. So this is precise. This is mechanism that in most work addresses the indigenous issues. Very shortly summarizing up the roadmap. So currently the roadmap, there is a roadmap consultation process, so you can easily look up at UNESCO's webpage and take part of it. But summarizing up, so there are three key moments in this roadmap. So there are input issues, output issues, and everything regarding process. By input issues, it basically addresses the ability to produce and obtain digital data, which is kind of a precondition for any language to enter. So before we start with technology, we have to start with being capable of producing anything in digital format, whether it's sound data for spoken languages or written data. And there are lots of analog challenges before that. And also lots of restrictions. So there are countries that, for example, do not allow digital usage of certain languages and or languages that simply doesn't have any writing systems or access to technology. So this is one part. The second part is outputs. That was what Shure was talking about. So if we have ability to produce digital data, we even have technologies like Sami languages, like Livonian, but we are not able to use them. We are not able to get them in, and not only on daily products, but also on cloud computing, on such products like games and educational instruments. So this is another aspect that we need to tackle. And basically what we want to achieve as the end goal is that technology is multilingual by design. So whatever language there is, any technology is adaptable to be used by users of that language. And regarding process, there are in the middle of that roadmap sits the idea that communities, language speakers, have to be involved in one or another way in all the stages of technology development. This is not only an issue about how you handle data, but this is also about how technology is developed. This is a question of whether technology is published, if it doesn't meet, for example, quality standards of the community, and many more. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vals. Then Aili Keskitalo, please.
Päivi, thank you for the floor. And I'm here today as a Sami language user and as a mother raising now young women in a language that has often been pushed aside in public systems, in education, and increasingly in technology. But I'm also here as an advocate for indigenous people's rights and human rights, believing that technology should serve rights and not markets. For us, it's not just about innovation, it's about justice. It's about the right to exist fully in our own language, not only in traditional settings, but also in emails, in voice assistants, in learning apps, and eventually in AI systems. The ability to use your own language, including in digital spaces, is essential for dignity, for cultural continuity, and for meaningful participation in society. Today, over 98% of the world's languages lack basic digital tools. And this is not a gap, it's a threat. It means that unless we act, our languages risk going digitally extinct. But we see the potential. We have heard about it today. Sami institutions, like the Sami Parliament's joint project, Mia Techno, are taking steps to develop language technology on our own terms, with open source tools, ethical frameworks, and strong demands for state responsibility. Still, we face barriers, and we have heard about them already today. Closed code from big tech, lack of funding, and not enough access to data to train the systems that we need. At the same time, as Lars Ailo already explained us, we must be careful. AI is not neutral. It can replicate colonial logics if we are not involved from the beginning as rights holders, not just users. Language is power. And in this digital age, the right to speak your language must include the right to shape the tools that carry it forward. That is my message. Kiitos. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aili. And the last speaker before we approach the questions, that is Kevin Chan from Meta. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Sure, it's good to see you again. Maybe we just move to the the next slide, if you will. If we're able to, oh, there we go. So I wanted to start by just sharing that, this is obviously, and has been referred to by a few other people on the panel, obviously an important decade to be thinking about these very important issues. We are in the decade for Indigenous languages. And at Meta, we have been putting together some initiatives, working closely with Indigenous peoples and with UNESCO and other language partners to think through how we can help support with, in particular, some of our open source technologies with AI. And the previous panelists talked about a bit about sort of open source versus closed source technologies. Open source technologies effectively are ones where we have built some kind of AI model, but then we make it freely available to anybody else who wants to use it. And what that allows you to do is you end up taking the model, you can refine it, you can fine tune it, you can add additional functionality and features to it, and then you own what it is afterwards. And so we do believe, and I think as was previously mentioned, we do believe that open sourced AI technologies can be a very valuable technology in this context. So I really want to just leave maybe just three things to start the conversation. One is an initiative that we help drive in Canada with Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated, which is a governance entity up in Nunavut, which is Canada's sort of Arctic territory, to translate the platform into Inuktitut. We also launched last year an online language translator for 200 languages with the help of UNESCO and Hugging Face, which is powered by Meta's open source AI model called No Language Left Behind. And then there's also a new language technology partnership that we recently announced as well. So if we can move to the next slide, please. I just wanted to, again, just call out the initial, one of the initial projects we did, which was announced, I guess it was maybe 2 years ago. We launched, again, with NTI's help, and it really was a long, kind of period of collaboration together, because we wanted to do this properly. We want to do this in a way where we were welcomed by the community to do so. And of course, the community had the expertise, and we obviously didn't. We wanted to make sure that we did this properly, and it did take about 5 years. But we were very, very pleased to be able to bring at least the desktop version of Facebook in a I think in a kind of minimal way, because I wouldn't say that everything was translated, but we had some key parts of the platform translated into Inuktitut. We were very pleased that the Governor General of Canada, Mary Simon, who herself is Indigenous and Inuk, she shared the good news on Facebook when we launched that day, and very pleased that our friends at UNESCO were very supportive of us championing and making and helping to drive this kind of initiative during the International Decade. Maybe the next slide, if I may. This is just a video. I think we can play it if you hover around the video, or maybe move the cursor. Oh, there we go. So it's a non-audio video, just kind of shows you what this next initiative is, which is the No Language Left Behind online translator. Again, going 200 languages in terms of translation. It's text to text. And it does include many, of course, nowhere near comprehensive of the thousands of Indigenous languages that exist, but it does, among the 200, many of these languages are Indigenous languages. And you can see in the video, you select your origin language, you select the kind of language you intend to translate to, and you just put the text in, and there's another window below that gives you the translated output. This, again, is something that is open source, and so folks are able to, for example, access the model on places like GitHub, and then iterate on it. And so there is potential and opportunity to expand the language set to include other Indigenous languages, and you can do this freely. The technology is offered out to the world and to the community freely to do that. And then maybe the last slide. If I can, yeah. So this is the Language Technology Partnership, which is something we announced actually in Paris just earlier this spring in February. And it is a project that we're once again working with partners around the world on, and that is to try to really push the frontiers of language technology, in particular trying to help support low resource languages. And so what we have been seeking collaboration on, and we could obviously only do this with the agreement of partners, is to have made available different portions of data for languages to help train a model that we hope will be able to be quite powerful in terms of translating and in terms of transcribing different languages that are currently maybe not as supported as we would like. And so what we are looking for are partners that can provide 10 hours of speech recordings with transcriptions, or some amount of written text. And here we've specified sort of 200 plus sentences. And what we hope to do in the coming months with these partnerships is to, again, build new open source speech technologies. And of course, our commitment would be that if we are successful in making some of these breakthroughs in terms of translation and transcription, we would want to then make these technologies freely open to the global language community for them to build applications and further the research. And if there's interest in this, of course, please do feel free to reach out to me, and I will try to do my best to connect you with the right teams that are looking at this. You can also, of course, search for this online. I think there is a portal where you can learn more and submit information if there is interest. So thank you very much, and I'll pause here.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Then all panelists have introduced their slides, and we can go on to the questions. With over 7,000 languages in the world, it's clear that no platform can realistically support them all by themselves. Platform owners, constrained by security concerns and limited resources, often end up centralizing control over language availability, leaving many communities without access to their own languages in the digital space. How can you shift this mindset? And what would it take for them to open up the platform so communities can manage their own languages in the digital space? No questions asked. I was thinking that maybe Lars Ailo could give the first comment on this one.
Yep. So maybe I'm approaching this issue a bit differently from the other panelists, because I'm not building or I'm not interested in building the models. So and thereby not having that need to sort of have a platform to run this, but more the AI applications that will use the technology that is provided, hopefully, by this kind of platform. So my concern is more on the sort of the practical issues of being allowed to do this, and that we need to sort of address also the challenge of not just building the models, but also the applications, and especially the high risk that are useful in or will be used in education, health service, and other important public service.
Thank you very much. Then, Oti, what is your take on this question?
I have a short answer to this question, and I'm speaking from the perspective of, for example, basic education, where we see language as a human right, of course. So we should shift focus from a feature or localization or a liability towards that language is a human right, and it is that on platforms as well. So that strengthens the platforms when this is a philosophical question, so this is a philosophical answer, but we need to kind of start seeing the possibilities in this, and instead of and not talk about localizations anymore.
Thank you very much. And Kevin, what do you think about what Oti just said?
Can you hear me? I just had to unmute, I think. Sounds like it's okay.
Yeah.
Yes, you can hear me?
We hear you.
Great. Yeah, I mean, I actually agree very much with what was expressed with the panelist intervention, which is that it may not be necessarily about the models themselves, but more about the application layer. There is, I think, again, going back to what I had mentioned about open source models, and there are many. Meta makes some, but there are other companies, obviously, that make them as well. This is, I think, going to be a very important vector by which indigenous communities, people who are very committed to supporting, protecting, and promoting low-resource languages, this is a very important way, I think, by which you can actually see applications built on top, precisely because the models are free for people to use. And so with the right amount of training and work to build applications on top of these models, you very much, I think, can get models that are conversant in different languages.
Okay, thank you very much. I think due to time constraints, we go on to the next question. AI technologies still rely heavily on large volumes of text data, even as those requirements gradually decrease as technology develops. How can you ensure that AI is developed for indigenous and minority language communities in a way that keeps data ownership and control on linguistic data in the hands of those communities? And how can we ensure that AI-generated content is of such quality that it supports rather than harms the language and its speakers? Waltz, what do you think about this?
Yeah, I would probably take this question the same way I would have approached the previous one. So this is basically a mind shift, because well, there is this thing. So in order to use a language in whatever technology, we need large amounts of data. And that data, and especially for small communities, it's always hypersensitive. So you don't even need sensitive data to actually collide with GDPR, which is already there. What is actually needed is this community, that what I mentioned previously, sort of community involvement in all stages of technology, because we need community contribution in order to get technology running, but at the same time we need to make sure that technology that is produced, it is not harmful, it is ready, it corresponds for what the community needs, and so there is no other way around. And this is not done by legislation that much. This is really a mind shift, because we run, for example, with developers, even with academia, who should be kind of very well aware of issues. We run in those situations that we have to explain them that, well, why this is not working, like why this is not okay, and we do need mind shift in listening to indigenous people in whole stages of the process.
Thank you very much. Aili, would you like to say something?
Yes, yes, I would start with agreeing with Waltz on the demand of shifting of the mindset, and I think the shift will need to be from thinking about getting permission to through entering into true partnerships with the indigenous peoples, with the language communities. So that the language users are not just passive users, but co-creators, and that would maybe build the trust that is needed for the data collection. Because it is, of course, about data sovereignty as well. Well, the principles, when it comes to the principle often used in other contexts when it comes to indigenous people's rights, is the principle of free, prior, and informed consent, and that should be used also when it comes to data collection and the application of that data. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Time is running way too fast for us, so I think we should see. How is it, David? Do you have any questions from the online audience?
No, we don't have any online questions, so I think you were very, very clear. Thank you.
Do we have any questions from the audience in the room? Yes, we have one, please.
Dear distinguished speakers, So I'm so excited because, this panel, respect the indigenous language and the cultures so much. And also we have Meta and to work with UNESCO and to protect the languages and the cultures. So I think there's a strong conflict between the data ownership and the way to collect the data. So if we want to help the large language models work well for the indigenous languages, we have to turn out the data and then fine-tuning the large language model. So the contributor become the users, unfortunately. So that is because the traditional architecture of the internet. So Meta have to be a centralized platform. So there's no way to solve this. But there's a new paradigm shift. A new protocol was invented fully. And this year, it will be triggered. So with data ownership, apply for GDPR, and also this data can be collected in a way that is anti-digital colonization. So I'm Henry Wang from Singapore IGF. I'm the founding member of the Singapore Internet Governance Forum, and also I'm the co-founder for Lingo AI. So Lingo AI and work with the founding father of the World Wide Web called Sir Tim Berners-Lee. So he invented HTTP, and our internet became centralized. Then he felt sorry about this. Then he invented a new protocol to correct the internet. So the new protocol called Solid. And the Lingo AI work with Solid and MetaLife, and we can collect the data with data ownership owned by all the contributors and the users. And the data sets can also be used by authorization, by permission, by the large language models companies worldwide or locally. So local data is important because on-device model can work with local data sets, become everyone's AI agent. It's your personal agent. So, and we are working on this solution, and it's also already available. For example, SAMI contributors can all contribute data, but they control to part that they own by themselves. They can authorize to Meta, authorize to OpenAI, authorize to Norwegian large language model companies, but they keep the ownership and fully applied for GDPR. So I'm so happy to join this, as attendees of this panel. So my question will be, so if we have such solutions, and if internet have such protocols, are you willing to try and to work and with this way and to help to protect the indigenous languages and the cultures based on the languages? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just a few seconds. Yeah. Okay. The ADG would like, from UNESCO, would like to have some closing remarks. We might have time for one short question after that. We'll take the closing remarks now. So please go ahead, Taufik Jelassi.
Good afternoon to all of you. Excellencies, distinguished panelists, esteemed participants. As we come to the close of this important session, I would like first to express my sincere gratitude to all the speakers and participants for their substantial and insightful inputs which we had this afternoon. And I would like also to extend special thanks to Ms. Stensang, the Minister of Local Government and Regional Development of Norway, who has always showed us commitment, engagement, and support, especially in the context of the International Decade of Indigenous Languages. The commitment and leadership of Norway has been instrumental in advancing our shared goal to safeguard and revitalize indigenous languages in the digital age. Also, I would like to express my deep gratitude to the members of the International Decade of Indigenous Languages, members of the ad hoc group, for their invaluable contributions, especially to the global survey which took place on indigenous languages. I'm also excited to see the survey's findings and to explore how we can further collaborate with indigenous communities and nations worldwide to advance this vital work. The title of this afternoon session, It's Not Just the Tech, reminds us of a fundamental truth. Technology alone cannot solve the challenges that we face. And yes, indigenous language technologies exist, and AI holds transformative potential. However, if the systems in which these tools are, if the systems are not inclusive, do not respect cultural and linguistic rights, then the technology by itself is just another barrier, instead of fully playing its role as a bridge between communities and cultures. I think we heard this clearly today. The barriers to meaningful uptake of indigenous language technologies are not technical. They are structural, they are political, and they are ethical. From the spread of proprietary platforms to restrictive data protection regimes, to the persistent exclusion of indigenous peoples from digital policymaking, these are the conditions that determine whether indigenous languages can truly thrive in cyberspace. At UNESCO, we stand with indigenous peoples to affirm the right to fully participate, to also have equal footing in digital space in their own languages. Indigenous communities must not only benefit from these technologies, they must be central to its design, its development, and its governance. Their knowledge systems, their worldviews, and linguistic heritage are not just valuable, they are essential to shape an ethical and inclusive digital future. This is the vision behind the International Decade of Indigenous Languages, not just preservation, but true empowerment. We are proud to support projects like the Mayan Language Preservation and Digitalization Project in partnership with Masterword. This project has created new token glossaries, localized websites, and a universal Mayan keyboard, now empowering millions of speakers of this language across the Americas. Still, many challenges remain. AI systems continue to reflect linguistic hierarchies, data remain scarce or inaccessible, and indigenous women and girls face barriers in accessing and shaping these technologies. We must address these gaps by investing in open, community-driven innovation and in promoting gender-responsive digital inclusion. As a next step, UNESCO invites you all to contribute to the roadmap for language technologies, a roadmap which is now online for public consultation. Your contribution will help us shape this global process. In closing, let me share the wise words of Nelson Mandela, who said, quote, "If you talk to a man in a language he understands, that goes to his head. If you talk to him in his language, that goes to his heart." End of quote. Let's work together to build a digital future that speaks not only to minds, but to hearts through linguistic justice, cultural dignity, and inclusive technology. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that's the end of the panel discussion. Time is out. Thank you all participants and the audience. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Workshop 2. 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 Workshop 2.